that's always commenting on your videos.
What's his name? Wildcat?
Yeah, if you ever see like on TT's videos, there's a guy named Wildcats. He's got like a blue cat icon.
Well, he knows
He was
Ice
always
Poseidon?
in there with me on the Ice Poseidon chat room.
Is Ice Poseidon still a thing?
Kinda. He like quit for a while and he got like involved in a crypto scam like most content creators.
I remember it was so fun to watch back in like the Hampton Brandon days and like when there was like
Yeah.
great things going on. That's when I watched it like all the time. And what's his
He
name?
went to
Fucking
Japan for a while, for like 2 months,
Burger
and streamed
Planet.
it nonstop. These guys, man. Crazy people. Freaking degenerate Californians.
I found the video where I cut myself. You can't even tell which point. What is it? You can't even tell where I cut myself, but I started like 5 seconds after I started bleeding. So somewhere where I throw that knife, like I guess the blade hit me. So I was fucking around with it.
Yeah. That guy's a badass too, who makes them. He's out of Arizona, Greg Mitford. He's always getting in like spouts with people on Instagram. and somebody stole his original Instagram Mitford account and they will never give it back to him.
Oh shit, that's not nice.
Yeah, well he like shit talks people, so he's got like enemies.
I'm trying to watch the video and see where I cut myself. I think it's at the very end.
Dude, it happens so quick, it sucks. I'll like rub my like finger across some knife and like, it'll just start burning.
And those Medfords
like,
are they're so heavy too. So when I was like flipping it in my hand, like it feels like you're flipping a fucking brick.
Yeah.
Remember that guy Maddox that had that greatest webpage in the universe or whatever?
Yeah, Maddox. Yeah, I remember.
There's something I haven't watched the video yet, was how Maddox lost his stolen iTunes feed that Dr. Dick Masterson made a video about.
Oh, I need to watch it. That's some old school shit. So long.
Do you ever see Dick Masterson on Phil Donahue?
No.
Oh man, he had like bald headed and he was like totally like masculine against women and all this shit. It just pissing people off just to piss them off, you know. And everybody just like fell for it. He'd always wear like these reflective sunglasses that look obnoxious as a kid.
But
What are you turning these? Your word hurts?
I think it was like at the farm or
Got 6 of them and ain't nobody looking for these. Sepulture. Oh. Guess we don't. You get it here and you turn it down there. What else we gotta do? Shackles. Dark Soul Shackles. Where the fuck's the Dark Souls at?
Did you ever figure out how to dual stream? Were you on the stream on Kick or something? I thought I heard you too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't figure
it's
it
called
out.
Restream.io.
Is it a website or you gotta download it?
I think it's a website. I forget. I haven't really done streaming anymore. But basically, you just type in a stream key, and it gives you like one stream key or something. And then you can like stream to Kick. You can actually make some good money on Kick right now too. I got like $200 in an AdSense account that I need to get. I don't have a valid ID right now.
Oh shit, I need to check that. So I put mine in a couple days ago. Changed my name to my real name. Didn't get my PayPal money out because they changed the rules. And
Yeah. You got a lot in your AdSense?
You're like 190 and that. I don't know how much I got in PayPal.
Yeah, that's how much I got too.
Maybe it was in Patreon. I gotta get Patreon. Got some things I gotta like figure out what I got going on. I got 190 in Patreon. There's a couple guys were paying
They like
$5 a
demonetized my
month
YouTube
for a year or something.
Although I don't have monetization because I don't have a valid ID.
Dark Runner. It's not a Dark Soul. Who's making those sounds? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I don't want to go read my book a little bit.
A book?
About
What you reading?
150 pages this time. I'm already like done with another book, and another one, and another one.
That was funny you're missing the last few pages in that book.
Piggy levels up.
Did somebody rip the pages out, or they just like didn't print them in there?
Just never printed them.
Really? That's terrible.
This one I'm reading now is one of those Orbit ones, but it's a small one. Perfect size. Orbit just nails it every time. I thought it was a standalone. Turns out it's part of a trilogy.
There you go. Get some more books.
This one's called How to Defend a Walled City, or 16 Ways to Defend a Walled City. And it's kind of funny. He's like, you know, the books will tell you there's 15 ways to defend a walled city, but unless you don't have any resources, I found a 16th way. It's like, obviously it worked because I'm allowed to tell you about it. So here's what I did.
I kind of wasted a lot of time doing this Lich quest here, but I got it done.
Tirewood. Is that place down there? Road. What's Tirewood? Just gotta get some boxes down there. Boxes.
Wow, it's so nice out.
I haven't gone all day.
Even though it's 8:30, it's still sunny. Very nice.
You can't even see that on my my hair tech OCS. Did you see that, Pepe?
On what?
I didn't tell you the number of my hair tech knife is 4/20/17 is when it was made, and then it's number 20 ever made.
Oh, 420. That's sick.
420. Yeah, that's what I got.
That's extra value.
Yeah, 420. There's an old guy, right, and he had a bunch of case knives, and they were all like 420 knives, like serial number. He's definitely like an old pothead.
Yeah, you would never like collect that number if you weren't. That's
Yeah,
quite.
yeah. There was a big collection, like over 20 case knives. Like
I was
all
born
420.
April 20th.
That could be it too.
Or he just has his own engraver and made it say whatever he wants.
No, it's actually like serial numbered, like from case. All
How would you
420.
know, though?
Like 420 out of 1,000 or whatever.
It's a hell of a forgery.
Yeah, we got guys like that that can tell them from a mile away. People try to sell me fakes all the time. You just
Yeah, I bet
can
there's
tell
so
once
many-
you've held them.
Yeah, usually the China fakes aren't that good.
I don't understand like autographs of celebrities. How can you once you see one, you can just like copy it and make it right yourself.
Yeah, I don't ever understand that really.
That's what happened, like with the baseball, like signed baseballs, like the whole sports, like autograph industry, like it's so fucked how many fakes there are, like in circulation, that are graded. Same
I've
in the
heard
artwork.
like authors podcasts. They'll say like I got mistaken for somebody at this like signing, and I just signed his name for him. That's who they wanted to say.
Yeah. There you go.
So you
And
might
like
have,
for
like-
most people, they order something off eBay that's signed. They don't like, as long as they're like, it is real to them, you know. If you buy a puck with like,
Like how valuable
Fucking-
would like a Stephen King book signed by Dean Koontz, but with Stephen King's name be? Like if you could prove that that's what it was.
yeah,
For some reason, some people ask for me and my dad's autograph a couple times, and we've done it. We do like
Sick.
Facebook Live shows.
You know the best way to verify signatures would be use a blockchain, NFT it.
Oh,
So
yeah,
each
there
celebrity
you
has
go.
their own NFT blockchain, and then like, oh, you want to sign it? They sign it, boom, stamp it with the
Send
you
me
know,
a
timestamp for it.
DM to your
Probably the
Facebook.
only good use for an NFT, honestly.
yeah. But then you have to still,
Authenticating.
you have to pay the minting fee. So then the autographs would automatically become expensive.
What's the minting fee?
It's like when you create like an NFT on like a platform, then you have to like, you can't create them for free. You have to like mint them, kind of. Whatever depends on the platform you're using, but that's
I
why the
suppose,
minimum,
just like the
minimum
transaction fee. Yeah.
yeah, the minimum price is like 0.1 ETH, so it's always like $200 something.
Yeah, it's because it's built on the Ethereum. Like,
Yeah.
you have to build your own.
Yeah, you would be. That would be if there was an NFT exchange that was just for autographs, where you like would have like no, or like a super minimal fee. That would be sick.
Yeah, it's because they crammed it onto Ethereum, so you have to share transaction and like bandwidth with every other Ethereum application. Garbage.
Like with watches now, it's so hard to tell like fake ones. Even like professional dealers are like getting sloppy, and they might accidentally like buy a fake one, and they're just like out 20,000.
Yeah, people try to always offer us watches. We're like, hell no, dude. I have no idea about a watch.
Yeah, you almost have to have the real one side by side to be able to compare and see like, okay, this is where like the color is off a little bit, and the spacing between the font is off a little.
Yeah, my dad bought a gold watch, but we just bought it for the gold. We
Yeah,
didn't buy it with the extra tax of the whatever on top.
that gold
But once
price.
gold went up, we just sold that shit.
Yeah, once gold went up, people were melting bracelets off their Rolexes because the gold was worth more than the Rolex band bracelet because it was like 18 karat. That's crazy. Usually it's like the brand name holds value more than just the gold price.
I had a buddy that would buy silver and gold coins. The card that had really good cash back, and then he would sell it for like a smaller amount than he bought it. Maybe he would like lose 3% there, but he'd get like 5% cash back. You just cycle that, getting the cash back.
Good idea.
The premiums are high right now. It's like $12 premium on coins sometimes.
I bet. And bars and like the little bars. I want to buy some little silver bars, but they're all sold out here. People started buying just like left and right.
I got a bunch. I got like a big pound, 1 pound coin. I got some like 3 bars as well.
That's sick. I need that. For a rainy day, you hide it somewhere.
Yeah, I bought all that when it was like $14 or less though. So
Yeah, so then you're up pretty good.
yeah, I'm up double plus a couple. This is a nice little investment. That's probably one of the only like real investments I got. Silver, I guess. All the crypto shit is fucking garbage. Fucking hate crypto, honestly.
Yeah, we got lucky with the crypto because we sold that Christmas just before the big dump when Bitcoin was at still like 40 something. Got so lucky that happened to like decide to sell. Then I don't know why we all decided. Because we had them all pulled up, me and my brother and my dad. We had them all in the same like wallet. And then I was like, okay, let's just buy watches and bring them here.
There was a company, Turbocharger or something like that. It's like they make the things to charge electric cars with. A guy on YouTube made a video about it when it was at like 36 cents, and he said to buy it. And by the time I saw the video, it was like at $1.15 or something. And I didn't buy anything, of course. But then like it jumped up to like $4 a day or two after he said that.
Oh fuck.
So 16x
I'm
if you bought it
still
when he
pissed. I
said,
probably
4x
have
if
like
you bought it
millions
when
of
I said.
Dogecoin, but I have no idea how to get it. Back in the day, whenever like Dogecoin was like new, like people would like send a bunch of it to you for free and you could mine a ton of it.
Yeah, you would sign up on a website and you got fucking loads of free Dogecoin.
When I was into crypto, I was getting my friends into it, and I was like, oh dude, here's like a 1/10 of a Bitcoin, you know, here's this, here's that. And later I'm like, fuck.
You just gifted them like a mortgage.
10 grand, bro. Alright, thanks.
Yeah, I'll have to send you a picture of like we bought like 6.5 Bitcoins. We bought like a bunch of like weed and fucking steroids.
Yeah, I have the same fucking problem. Just spent it all, just got pills.
I wish I had that 6.5 Bitcoin now.
Yeah.
It was only like 600. It was like like $600 or $700 back then.
Yeah.
Crypto
Yeah, I think for
make
me,
you fucking pucker up your butt, man. One time, I went to a movie, checked my phone, looked at how much Bitcoin it was worth in dollars. I watched the movie, came out, and like, oh, I just lost 7 grand. And I watched the movie. Not fun.
I have a buddy here who's a little bit younger than me, maybe like 20, 28, and he used to make Minecraft maps for like, really good at making custom Minecraft maps. He made it for like some companies too, like couple of companies wanted like a promotional like thing, and they would pay him, and then he would make these maps like for commission on this website, and then some people wanted to pay in Bitcoin, like back in olden days, and he was like, okay, whatever, I'll just accept Bitcoin for like some projects. So eventually he had like 270 Bitcoin, because this was when Bitcoin was super low. It wasn't even $100. And then he just forgot about it for like 6-7 years, went to school, university and stuff, and then Bitcoin rocketed, and he remembered he has that wallet with all the Bitcoins, and he still can't get it open, and he's like sent it to F-Secure, all these top like cybersecurity companies in Finland, like trying to get them to crack it, promising them like half of the bounty, like you can keep half if you can get this fucking wallet open, and there's no hope. The key is just too strong. But imagine living with that, where you actually have a physical drive that you know the shit's in there, but you can't like figure out what your key was.
Fucking sucks.
It's driving me crazy.
Yeah, I feel like that would fuck with me. I would just.
So he just can't remember his password?
Yeah, because it's like a phrase of like 20 different words randomly, and you need to write it down.
Oh man, 20 different words.
So like even like these top firms that he's like shipped it out to Germany, and different like companies that promise that they can do some stuff, but like his password like option, I guess, was so strong like they can't even generate it.
There's nothing to do. If you could crack that, you could crack anybody's.
I read that book about those twins that made Facebook and they got ripped off, so then they invested in Bitcoin. And they had so much invested in that, they had like, the password was like a hexadecimal, and it was so long they split it into 3 different pages, and they put the pages in 3 different lockboxes in 3 different banks in 3 different states. In case like some kind of nuclear war happened, it wouldn't take out all the banks maybe, and they'd still have copies of it.
Take them to infinity and beyond to ever figure it out.
Come on.
Like, how long does it take you to crack like a 36 like multi-characteristic or whatever? It's like takes you forever.
Yeah, who knows how long it takes? Because it all depends on what is running on too. How many attempts? Like, can they bypass the attempts, and like how the path is generated?
Oh hi, I'm back. What are you guys doing? Still streaming or what?
We're just fucking horsing around here.
Yeah, TT restarted his stream. He's been gone for like 12 hours plus.
Oh, he was here. Was talking earlier.
I'm here.
Yeah, there you go.
No.
Okay, well, your stream's not up. Are you streaming a new stream?
Yeah, 12 hours it resets, he said.
It's up.
Oh, okay.
It's still up.
I had to
I
refresh
was
the
going to
page.
check the stats to see like how many people I had at different hours, so I wanted to reset it. Datas. Here's where those Dark Souls are. Probably right in the path of that son of Aaron.
Do you get money for live streaming as well?
Well, if someone donates.
Yeah, and then they have to donate
like
enough
ads
that
on
it
this video and stuff.
has to go over $100 for me to pull it out of my bank.
Yeah, that's how it works now. You have to make. It's like you basically make nothing. Like I had a YouTube video on my channel that made like a few million views because it was like when Skyrim first came out, and it was like where to find a certain type of ore. And that was like my most viewed video, but they did all these things now where you have to have like X amount of views on each video and concurrent subscribers and watch all these.
Yeah, I got a channel that's monetized.
Yeah, here's
Well,
Skyrim.
I don't have a valid ID on it. I need to get
I mean,
like
it
$200
feels like
out of it.
you make like no money.
I made a pretty good amount. Like in 1 month, I made like $200.
$2?
That's not
$200
that's not, oh, $200. Well, I mean,
Yeah, $2. I was balling.
Fabiano,
I
you're
bought
still
a
here?
McChicken after work. 1 month of work, 1 McChicken.
Fabiano?
What's up?
Ariel's out here. He's not at the market.
Okay. I'm at the farm. Trying to do this first.
Come
You
on,
make me leader, I'll mark him.
Oh yeah. Okay. You're a leader now?
Oh shit, that's not him. He's moved. Oh god. Where has he moved to?
This way, mom.
Gotta get the high ground.
I'm walking the hounds in the forest. This is IRL stream.
Okay, there he goes.
I feel like on YouTube, if you're not like tagging a ton of shit, like not posting it on people's discords, it's like no way you're ever gonna get any views.
I tried to think that too. Like when I was streaming on Twitch, I would put it in my name and like spam it everywhere, but then I ended up just getting like trolls who would troll me. No one who ended up actually wanted to watch any of my shit.
I could never do streaming. Never even tried like face cam streaming or anything.
A lot of the trolls were like really nasty. Like
What
trying
did they
to
say?
dox me in real life.
Why? Like out of nowhere?
People are assholes. We had a friend named Spam who was like always on 4chan and stuff, and then like the people on 4chan were ended up.
Oh
being,
no,
like,
that okay. If it's
Or
4chan people, yeah, they're gonna fucking.
Yeah, so
do
I
some
stopped
damage.
streaming mainly because I just constantly would get harassed, and then like. I don't
Yeah,
know,
that's
Spam did.
probably not the best place to advertise, unfortunately.
No, I didn't advertise it up there, but he would.
How,
I would just get people that would be from like avenues. Like with T2, I don't think he cares. Like he lives in America or whatever. Maybe, like he has had some stalkers to some degree, but it's nothing. He owns a firearm, so like, but here in Canada, I don't own a firearm. We don't have any ability to like defend myself in any way.
Apparently,
I
that
need to
guy
get
that
you
was in
like
here
a-
earlier could be a stalker. The Scottish guy.
You had that guy, yeah, but he just verbally assaulted you. All you have to do is block him, and he went away, right? He didn't make like multiple new accounts.
Well, he
like,
came back
come
and he was talking to us last night. I don't know who he is.
Well, the guy with the
That was
pizzas
Suit,
to your
though.
house.
The Mormon
That's
priest
Is it
guy.
a different guy? Is it the same guy or a different
Roger
guy?
says it's the guy that was saying he wanted to get me a $20,000 deal or something,
Same-
investment, and he was all drunk. Got mad.
No,
'cause
that
I
was the
didn't
other
wanna-
guy. It was like Suit's friend was that guy.
Well, so Suits is the Mormon guy.
I
Maybe
couldn't
it's
do
him.
pizzas
Maybe it's the
in
same
my
guy.
house. It would drive me nuts, man. I would fucking have to move.
Oh shit.
T2 had to deal with some other guys named Petra, and some other guys are always fucking with T2 and just being dicks. Where it's like, I'm not. It's like to a level of a creepy harassment where they're like dox you.
Yeah, they're
and
just like low
whatever
lives.
else.
They're just like
Yeah,
Called
people
my
are
apartment
crazy.
manager when I lived in an apartment.
You should, but can't you get a shotgun in Canada with no nothing? It's like if you're just
you're not allowed to shoot
I'm
people.
You don't-
liable. If I kill
He
someone
has
or
no
injure
constitutional
them,
rights.
yeah, if I injure someone, even if they're breaking into my home and trying to assault me, I'm liable for their injuries.
that's why you just make a hole in the backyard and fucking
Yeah, I mean, if I lived on, that's what my father's basically always told me. He's like, if we're living on the farm and someone, like, if something happens, don't tell anybody.
Oh yeah, there's 3 guys in my backyard. No,
Like,
imagine.
but the biggest
Grind
thing
them
is
up,
like,
feed them to the pigs.
people in Canada are all sheeple, where they just do what the government says most of the time.
Yeah, Corona was so bad in Canada. Like how you guys reacted, I was like, no, like what's
So many
going on?
people here are like, lock me down harder, Daddy. Tell me
Oh
what
yeah,
to
oh
do.
yeah.
Take
All
away
my
all
friends-
my rights.
All my friends are Canadian from like, who I talk to all the time. And during Corona, I was just like flabbergasted, staring at the group chat.
Oh,
Like,
man, I
can
get
that be
checks.
real?
Because it's taught in the schools. Like in the schools, I was taught by the teachers, you'll be
Obey.
punished if you defend yourself from a bully. Like you're just supposed to get beat up by a bully and like cry about it, and then everyone will give you all this support. But as soon as you stand up to the bully and fight back, oh, you're gonna get pension
It's
as
like
well as
every movie tells you the opposite of that.
yeah. And so you have all these people, like a lot of them are millennials too. They're all just like wusses who don't fight their own battles, have to call like the police to come help them with like every little altercation, even if it's like verbal. And then recently we had the transgenders make it so they've made a law where you be fined like 250,000 Canadian dollars for misgendering someone. It seems
Yeah.
being like they compared it to the N-word. So if you call a transgender person the opposite gender or whatever and do it maliciously, I'm not sure how they define that.
Yeah, but you can do it accidentally and get in trouble there. Like that one professor was fired because he like just like kept
How much do
forgetting.
they charge you just for saying the N-word?
Yeah, but
Dr.
it was like,
Jordan Peterson.
I like Dr. Jordan Peterson. Like I read his book, The 12 Rules for Life, and it like changed my life. I was like, oh. Because before
Yeah,
I
he's
was
really-
living off.
Can you get an SKS still?
You can't get anything. Well, you see, I live on a farm. My parents live on a farm, and we had to turn in like all our guns, our shotguns.
No way.
Because if
That's
Trudeau
the
just
shit.
passed
Literally
like a law, he
fucking
took away
kill
all our
the
hand. We
government.
can't even have handguns anymore.
ATF ever comes knocking on my door, they're gonna get a 30-6 AP round.
Yeah.
Well, what doesn't make sense anymore is you used to be able to have this stuff on the farm because you would have bears and wolves and stuff come down and try to kill your livestock.
Yeah, and you still do. You still do.
We still have them to deal with. We have a pellet gun now and like air
Oh,
horns and stuff.
What the fuck?
Best thing we ended up doing is just getting like a donkey and a llama because they like attack wolves. They'll like kill wolves.
Because llamas are like big necks, they just come down, swoop down with their face, and they're just like headbutting. How do they fight?
Well, they're nasty. They'll bite you.
So giraffes do. They just whip their big ass necks into them.
They have like big human teeth.
Yeah, they have huge human teeth, but they're like
Chompers.
chompers, huge chompers. And so I've seen them fight like wolves and coyote. You know how a coyote is? Like it's way smaller than a wolf.
Yeah.
It could still kill you if it wanted to. And these llamas will come up to them and bite down on their necks and like thrash them around like they just break their necks with just whipping them around. Donkeys too.
And you guys have that crazy restriction with air guns where it's just like the 300 FPS, right, or something crazy.
No.
Yeah.
You can't even
Oh,
get gel
Canada.
blasters anymore, right?
I was trying to kill like ravens, or not ravens. What are the magpies? They like magpies are eating some our corn, and so I can't have a gun anymore to scare them off. We have to use like air cannons,
Shit.
Oh my
like a,
god.
I just
or
jumped in
put
the
nets
water.
all over the crops. And the government just keeps making, oh, you can't use this anymore because it just.
Government's gonna make
ecosystem.
everyone so soft. Like, they're making everyone so soft.
Yeah, can't do this, you can't do that, and.
Everyone's
I don't-
gonna be a woman in 10 years in cash. They're just living.
Well, that's what I don't really understand. It's like they're also making it harder to be like you guys were talking about with Rogers, how all the farmers down there are rich, but it's the opposite here. All the farmers here are poor because we have like the government comes with all these restrictions and taxes, and we used to have like
You can't even use
farmers
pest.
can't use pesticides anymore, and but then like. No, like I understand why, but then half our crop gets eaten by like pests or something.
Just gotta start growing weed on that farm and then selling
Already
it.
are. But I bet
There
they're
you
gonna
go.
crack down on that eventually because all of these farmers, they completely, like they gutted their fields. They took out all the fruit trees, all the corn. Nothing sells at the supermarket. If we basically import everything from California anyways, go to my
Yeah.
supermarket. And so these farmers are like, okay, I'm losing like, okay, so well, the one thing that fucked my dad over was that they told us we're not allowed to use groundwater to irrigate our crops anymore. So now we
Right.
have to use the city's water.
That's
The city's
dumb as
water is
hell.
chlorinated. And
Oh,
then
fuck.
we put the chlorinated water on the crops, and they don't like that. And then they're
Beg
like,
Why
your
is there
pardon, just a
chlorine
rain.
in the water?
they,
They do that here in the city here for Louisville.
because that's
Yeah,
how
like
they
chlorinated
purify the
water.
water here. They chlorinate
Yeah.
it. So all the tap water here tastes like it's got chlorine in it. I'm just
I
drinking
thought
it all the
Canada
time.
had.
They
I
put
thought Canada had,
fluoride
like,
in the
clean-
water done by T2. Like fucking rots your teeth out.
Yeah. The fluoride.
They say it hardens your teeth, but it's like kills you though.
It hardens your
Yeah.
teeth, but it calcifies your pineal gland and you turn into a fucking NPC if you brush your teeth too.
But that's
Yeah, when I
everybody
was
is like
staying
an
in Lebanon,
NPC.
Tennessee this weekend, there's no way I was gonna drink their tap water out of the sink. I only use bottled water.
They have the world's cleanest drinking water is in Finland because it comes out of these like fresh lakes and they don't touch it. It just comes through the pipes. You don't even have to do anything to it. Not even a Brita filter. You just drink it straight out of the tap. No matter. Like people don't buy bottled water here. A case of
Supposed to have
bottled.
minerals and stuff from
It's
the
like
natural
20
water.
bucks.
That's why I've been worried about like the water here is supposed to be contaminated with uranium or something, so it's gonna be like we're just drinking like water that's gonna give me cancer and
Chernobyl special.
Yeah, well, we had that little mini Chernobyl in Ohio, so me and fucking T2 are probably fucked on the Ohio River.
and all that water that got contaminated is gonna flow to the ocean eventually and like
What was-
contaminate
yeah.
What was
everything
in
along the
Ohio?
way. The train
Um,
derailment.
Yeah, it was a train
Uh,
derailment. I forgot the place what it's called.
They talk about nuclear stuff. Like when
It was
when-
basically
it's
like a mini
Palestine or
Chernobyl
something.
because they burned all that stuff.
East Palestine,
yeah.
Yeah, but there was videos afterwards where people were throwing rocks into the rivers and like all this toxic chemical would bubble to the surface and it would be all
And the-
rainbowy.
Rainbow water.
See the video where like those politicians there like pretended to drink the water but then didn't really drink it. Like they're standing
Yeah.
inside someone's someone's home and then like trying to show the camera like, yeah, the water's fine, and they're all just taking like fake sips out of these cups.
But the thing was stupid. Like Asmongold I was watching was saying, like, there's people in Asmongold's chat that are like, why don't these people just move out of the town? It's because they're broke. They can't.
Yeah.
They don't have. There's nowhere for them to go.
Like,
That's their home too.
It's their home. And then, but so many of these towns around the U.S. and Canada are actually like secretly contaminated with these, and like it's so hush hush.
yeah, everything.
Yeah.
So I've
I
been
live in
told-
Lowell and the crime's like hella bad, but I just stay strapped. I'm a fucking savior.
Yeah, so I've been told by people that live in my own community, like, so the school has like a basement to it, like a big deep basement. And when we used to go to school, one of the teachers was like, "Oh yeah, I'll just show you guys how bad it is here." And like, so we went into the basement, and he turned his Geiger counter on that was from the science lab,
No.
and it was just going crazy.
Did he get fired? Like, was he allowed to do that? Or he was some
Yeah.
chill teacher that was like,
Everyone was pretty chill, but then we learned like, oh, it's like we have so many volcanoes, like 8 volcanoes here. That means that like the entire 60-mile radius where I live is like all contaminated with uranium in the soil. Like everywhere.
is it just on the west coast in Canada, or is it the volcanoes like there?
West Coast, and then like you see how there's like the Rocky Mountains too. Those are all volcanoes.
Yeah, Yellowstone, man. He's right now. Yellowstone ever explodes, dude. It's just like over. So it's like
We're fucked.
we're in darkness forever, and we're just gonna die.
Well, I'm lucky all these volcanoes here are dead, but like the issue is
For now.
for now, you know, we'll see what happens if they reawaken. But then I think we're pretty much fucked, because I've seen these stuff. You have pyroclastic flows, they're hot ash, it like gives you 3rd-degree burns if it touches you. It probably kill
Look
you
what happened
instantly.
to Pompeii.
Yeah, I'd probably end up right outside my house right now, like across the street is a volcano, an old volcano just sitting there.
You just walk by it every day, just like praying to
Yeah,
God.
so many people in this town had no idea it was a volcano. They're like, just there's houses all over it. They
I would
built
pray
houses
to the
on it.
volcano. I would friggin' start praying to the volcano.
Just go there every day and hit it with like a jackhammer or something. Just hope
If there's a
or
god.
something.
I went up there prospecting, but it's all like a big chunk of basalt. It's like really, really hard. You need like dynamite to blast into it.
Oh no, there's a couple of dogs coming. Listen to the symphony of barkings. Moment stop. Hey. Hey. Get back, come on. Come on, boy.
What are you talking to? You got a pet?
My dog. 2 doggos. Walking them, and they just napped at these 2 dogs.
Why am I
I'll
in a
show you
Rocky
on the-
Basin queue?
Put on the
Do you have
Discord.
any quests on that island, T2? It's called Rothide Group.
No.
Oh, you do have a tiny dog.
2 tiny motherfuckers.
Got Baron's
One
Peril.
poodle.
That's the
One poodle and one Darkshire Terrier.
Brothers and Guardians.
This is the thing that was interesting to me. Like dogs, they see with their smell in a way, or they hear
Yeah,
the world.
and they're
And
so
so-
like weird personalities too.
So what's this
Well, like, you know, if you die and your dog won't eat you, but your cat will.
Yeah, that's true.
Cats are
It's like-
assholes.
Cats are assholes, but we've like domesticated them to. Because if we were to like domesticate them even further to make them like, they would probably get to a point where they wouldn't be able to defend themselves.
Yeah,
Wild, you know.
but working dogs are so chill, like this, like little Yorkie, because he was bred as a rat dog, like to catch
Yeah.
rats back in the day. Like at the cottage, he'll just like go into this like psycho mode and just like go hunt for rats and mice. And he like whenever we're at the cottage, we never see a mouse or a rat, because when he's around, I feel like the mice know like that bastard's here, like stay hidden.
What about T2's dog? Like, it's just like this thing that supposedly like the breed he has is
Yeah, he
hard
looks so weird. What
to control and train.
What kind of
Which-
dog do you have? I see a little.
Blackmouth Cur, I think.
What's T2's dog's breed name? Is it?
Is it a Schnauzer?
A Cur, C-U-R.
I've never heard of it. I've never really seen your type of dog.
You ever heard a
before,
pirate
honestly.
say like "back off, cur" or something like that? Like salty dog.
It was.
Really?
Yeah, it's probably an insult.
Ship dog. Maybe it's a ship dog that used to live on ship.
Yeah.
Well, it's a small little dog. His just doesn't seem to listen. It's always like pooping in his house and like, you know.
Well, that,
She
yeah,
does like
that
do
happened.
that terrier shit though. When she'll like see a mouse or something, she'll freak out and start chasing after it, smelling everywhere.
This
So
the
small.
the poodle. They're like bird hunting dogs. So they like when they see birds, doesn't matter where. Like last year, I let him murder 3 birds. Like I just had him leash free, and he would just dive head into a bush, like a sharp-looking bush. He would just like jump in head first, and like you could just hear him killing a bird. And I just like clogged my ears, and I was like, la 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 la. I can't hear.
On the farm, we got big dogs like Great Danes and like sheepdogs, because they'll have to be strong enough to if they're gonna run into like bears or. Where I live, we have really small bears, like black bears. They're not much bigger
Yeah.
than a dog. But if you go north, not even that far, you run into like grizzly bears, and they're fucking terrifying.
Yeah, that's the same in Finland. We have black bears, small black bears that are like friendly, and then we have a grizzly fox. Like you run into one of those, you might as well just like.
You've seen, you can watch videos how they can run up trees and like run like deer and moose down. They're like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I just learned the bear meat recipe.
Yeah, I figured there was one somewhere.
Joe Rogan is good to listen to because he's an actual hunter. He like kind of like, because there's so many dumb city folk who live within where my farms are. Like they live in the city, but then like right outside the city is the forest border, and whenever there's a black bear like comes into town or a mountain lion, everyone always freaks out. They're like the sky's falling, right?
Yeah.
It's like you guys live in the woods, you just don't
In bear
realize it.
country. Yeah.
Yeah, and you live in bear country. Like,
You hunts with like Steve Ranella or whatever.
yeah, some of these guys
Yeah.
were amazing hunters, but then they're fighting like grizzly bears and shooting them with like, you know, scary. I like, you running around and hunting deer, but he doesn't have like wolf bears to deal with, right? Or is it just wolves
Yeah.
in that area?
That could be.
Where's the Tears Fall Uplands? Is that place where
We even have
Glen Shires-
diamondback snakes in summer here. The Appalachian diamondback. Like that.
Here's for Upland should be the other side of the lake, I think. Or up there, I guess.
He lives more west, yeah. I
Or
live
the
more east,
whispering
and I float around more
forests.
east. That's where all the mountain Appalachians.
Appalachian Trail.
Where the
If I
Dukes
go
of
up towards like
Hazzard is
Pikeville, where
there,
it's like
and
middle of nowhere, East Kentucky.
Corbin is out there.
That's the one thing that stops me from hunting in my area, is that I'm like afraid I'm gonna run into a grizzly bear. Or a
Yeah, then you
bear.
just
Yeah,
have
or
to-
if you're about the skinwalkers too.
I've never seen
Oh,
any
yeah.
spooky shit. Like I don't think I'm not
I've heard some
anti.
stuff screaming before. I don't like it.
Do you know any Jacksons out there?
What?
In Pikeville, do you know any Jacksons?
Oh no, I just like go out there and set up stuff for it.
We used to work with the guys. Said his whole
I go
road
Pikeville
and
or
area he lived in was like his whole family lived out there.
Come
The
here.
clan of Jacksons.
Well, cause it like okay, T2 likes listening to like spooky stories and ghosts and like other
Yeah.
extraterrestrial stuff. I have personally lived in the woods like my whole life, and I've never seen any like spooky vampire bullshit or like beast monsters or skinwalkers. Maybe it's because I do have autism. Maybe I have like this thing where I can't see illusions or something. You know what I mean?
You're
My brain
immune.
chemistry is
You're
different from the
resistant.
average person.
yeah, if,
so
you're,
maybe
if you get scared and you're paranoid, yeah.
I guess
But if you don't
You
ever
have
get
a-
paranoid
you have a
or ever have
ratio.
panic attacks,
Ratio.
you'll probably be like pretty well.
well, I'm just
People get
wondering,
like panic attacks and stuff that like start fucking freaking
freaking out and seeing they saw demons and stuff.
out. Like, oh my god, that hurts.
Something.
like some fucking bird.
How does it affect you? Like, what kind of like? How does autism affect you? Do you just like,
So
you know, 'cause it sounds so
most-
put together.
well, there's a spectrum. So you have like autistic people that are so disabled, like they have to have like someone help them with all of their day-to-day things. You know, like help them dress, and
Like non-verbal.
shower, and whatever. And then some are like me, where I'm high-functioning autistic. I just have like, my brain is like wired differently than a normal person. So I used to freak out a lot when I first met T2. Like when I was a kid, I was, it's very stressed.
I mean,
Then-
everybody freaks out when they first meet me, I guess.
Yeah. No. When we would play DayZ, remember, I would always be freaking out. You could go watch his old videos, and it's usually me like,
I'm not good at
Bring it all
shooting
up.
guns! Well, why are you playing this shooter game for?
yeah, well, because
You
I
see
wanted
that
to
one
play
guy's
games.
comment? He said he was like young, and like helped him through some stuff on the last live stream or whatever you do. Somebody like wrote like a huge big comment about like how he changed their life or something. T2.
Okay. Well, I mean, it was fun to play games with T2 because we would play DayZ for like
Who's this guy?
I
months.
said
at a time.
Wizards of Magic or something. Like T2
Yeah.
saved his life for Wizards of Magic or something.
Well, jeez, didn't know he was had some charity cases or something.
Should we kill
With
this guy,
autism, with
or-
me, it was like more of
So you gonna like spawn a
Like, I've
demon?
never- once I'm like 31 now, so once I got to like 25 or so, my brain seemed to have matured or
Normal.
whatever.
Yeah.
And then
I feel like I was
once,
the same way. Maybe I was also on the spectrum.
and then once
I just
my
like-
brain matured, a lot of those things, the issues I had before when I was younger, kind of like went away. But I also noticed too, I wasn't as stupid as I thought I was, because this is the issue with our communist healthcare and education system in Canada, where
Yeah.
teachers couldn't teach me something because and then they would just, okay, well, you're stupid, you must not be able to do it. But it was like when I talked to T2, we were playing DayZ, and he's like, Austin, you got to learn how to use a watch, because in the game you could have a watch, you could look at it,
Yeah.
you got to figure out how to tell time.
And
it was
compasses
like a
too.
server-
We're gonna teach them how to use a compass.
Survival watch.
T2 taught me a whole bunch of life skills, and I realized I'm not stupid. These teachers
Goddamn,
just
Titi,
can't
you're going to
teach.
heaven.
Like I had to like,
Yeah.
and the other thing too is it was an aspect like the school was boring, right? But when you're playing
Yeah.
like DayZ, you got to survive. So T2 was like, you got to learn this or you will die in this game. And it was like,
Yeah, that's
oh,
nice. That's like a life
It's pretty
simulator.
sad because you'll never find like somebody like T2 now on YouTube.
No way. The dying breed.
Yeah, and
Well, they
so
won't even like
Rare-
show it. I got
rare
two
amount.
accounts on.
we played a lot of games together over the years, and it was kind of like, you know, I mean,
Well, like the algorithm won't even like show like somebody like T2.
Yeah, because they say trans too much.
Unless you're like on the 15th page, like really looking.
a lot of the streamers nowadays don't care. They just want the money, right? They're not about having like a community of people. It's like if you guys could go back and watch some of the first DayZ videos, like all of us, Alkina, Skittles, Showstopper, me, Bam,
No, you lived back in the
we all like we were like,
nowadays like Daisy's.
yeah. Well, there's still standalone, but it's not really like a lot of these games have hackers in them now. So it's like we were trying to play Rust with T2, and the issue was we just kept running into like every server had hackers on it, and it was just like
Yeah, that ruins the
Am I-
whole game. Like that ruins the whole game.
it ruined the whole game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where before, so like, well, some of the people we met, like Showstopper, playing DayZ, he could have betrayed us. He could have killed us at any time, but he didn't. And we ended up
Yeah.
like eventually getting on the Discord, or
Yeah,
that was
that's how you.
Skype.
That's how you build trust. You
Oh
play
yeah,
DayZ
was
and
sure
you don't
Supper
kill
like
each other.
never like a YouTube fan? He's just like somebody we met in DayZ.
Yeah.
Huh. That's funny.
I mean, Flyjum and me and a few and Spam were like T2 fans, but like
Like from back in the
Alkina and Showstopper and a few of the other guys we played with, we just met them in DayZ. Like, one of Stormkiller was flying a helicopter or something and crashed it. I think it was.
Yeah, I remember that when you guys were like building the helicopter on the island. That's always fun there.
That's how you found him.
It was like one of the first videos I came out with when the game first came out. I found a helicopter and I picked up like Griff and Stormkiller. Stormkiller crashed it, and when he crashed it, it killed Stormkiller, but it didn't kill me. And then like Showstopper, who was like a nearby guy, like saw the crash go down. Instead of killing me, he like rescued me, and then he teamed up with T2 and the other guys to go to a local hospital to find like epinephrine to wake me up out of my coma.
Really? Is that our origin story? I don't remember any of this.
This is like the origins.
I have some old videos on my YouTube channel about it. I can post them.
Yeah, I swear I've seen that Storm Killer video like that or something. Where you guys were all like getting the, it's like on an island, right? The helicopter. Sometimes it spawns and you can pretty much get it.
Was that the same day where we started like?
That may have been.
We had that really rainy, cold server where we had the flashlights out because we didn't have. Attach
Yeah, I remember. We found the tractor and then we're like it needed to be fixed. So you sent like 2 teams of us. Where like 2 of me, Showstopper, Al Qaeda, and whatever went to some like, but it was pitch black on the server. Like you guys don't realize how scary that game was. We had to worry about people killing us.
You actually used flares because it would help.
Yeah.
Then they made it like, I just make it daylight all the time. Well, you don't use flares anymore. You just got rid of one of the main items of the game. Because quality of life.
I like riding on the bike and then like someone just drop you with the macro. Or just like get a gang of bikes together.
How many years ago was it? 6, 7?
It was original standalone on Arma.
Yeah, when we played before we played before this is the mod we were playing. So
like
eventually,
this is a while ago.
We never really played standalone.
It's like 10 years ago or whatever. But
Yeah,
now we've
how
been
do you
Yeah, like
remember
2009 or 11 or something.
I was
I
not
started
able to
YouTube in
remember that good.
2008, I think, so a year after. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Look at these fucking guys. He's got a big rose patch here. What's this thing? Big flower bush. Oh, those are just part of the map. There's one right here.
This freaking TeamSpeak and Ventrilo. I fucking hate this word.
Did you
What's the earliest voice
did you watch the
RP program you guys can think of?
early T2 Warcraft stories? How did you
program?
find the origin?
VoIP? Like Skype was before Discord. What
Yeah,
was
just like TeamSpeak 1 and
Ventrilo?
Ventrilo.
TeamSpeak, Skype, Discord.
Yeah,
You
Skype.
don't remember
Yeah.
I
Ventrilo?
mean, I guess like AIM or AOL Messenger.
Oh, actually, yeah,
You're
Amazon
right.
Messenger was probably the very
Do
first.
you remember Roger Wilco? You'd hit a button and it'd go every time you say something, so it sounded like a walkie-talkie.
Oh yeah, really.
That was back when Winamp was a big deal. Some player.
Oh, did I miss Winamp?
Winamp came back. Did you
Winamp
see?
Techno Base?
Kicks the llama's
Cool.
ass.
Did you see the remake
They
of
had like
Winamp
streaming
that has all
South
the
Park and
classic
stuff on there
skins?
too.
Man, it's like 10 years ago.
It's a long time
Dude,
ago.
it's more
Time
than
goes by
that.
so
No,
fast.
it's like 15.
No, I meant DayZ videos. I'm just looking at them. Like, I really miss some of the maps, but like, you can't really go back in time and experience it how it
You
was.
should like watch this video because that's like all those areas on the original DayZ map was like based off the real life area.
Oh
So,
yeah,
like, you can look at this real life area and like, you actually know where everything's at, kind of. It's
I
like
think T2 has a
full
video
scale.
of where he actually found, because it's actually
Yeah, I think it's
taken them right out of the real map. And where the ocean is, it's actually like the border to another country or
It
something.
was on Microsoft Flight
What
Simulator
country
right,
is it,
whenever they
Ukraine?
came out with that.
It's part of like Soviet Union, but I don't remember exactly where.
Belarus?
It's definitely Eastern Europe.
This says
Western
up
Europe, I
north
mean,
past the
Western.
Valgans and the
Looks
Dead
like
Bees.
Ukraine or
Sometimes I sort of tease that yours fine.
Yeah, like Lithuania
Oh.
area or something.
Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia,
Estonia.
Belarus.
Right, I found the video. It's pretty old and shitty, but it's kind of how we all met.
Let's see.
Remember where the Aragol thing was at the spider cave?
What about it?
Apparently there's a secret entrance up there that leads to this high level place that I'm going to right now. Tearsfall
Oh
Uplands.
no, the
it's
helicopter
called.
crashed. Holy moly. Look at these graphics.
Yeah,
This
well,
looked so good back in the day. It looked
I
so
know.
good.
I was running on like the really like 12 FPS or something for the longest time, and then I
How could you
upgraded
play
my.
like that? How did that not like
I
kill you
played because I
inside?
wanted to play with T2, so I put up with
Dude,
like
back in the
shitty
day,
graphics.
20
and-
FPS, that was it was like tolerable, honestly.
That's hard to play.
They're so really.
That, but I played like I remember playing World of Warcraft back in like 2005 or whatever with like a shitty laptop, 7
They all
FPS.
thought
And
I was
still-
like
25
terrible
FPS,
at
like, barely.
FPSs. Well,
My
somehow
fucking
I don't
laptop
know.
caught fire and was like really good. I had like an NVIDIA laptop that had like a heatsink connected to the CPU. Playing
Yeah.
WoW just like overheated it and basically caught fire.
Fucking mind, like, so that was like some of our first introduction to game worlds. Like the map was fucking massive, like it still is massive. And then I remember we didn't know anything about the world. We didn't know like where, so everyone was just new. It was one of those things where there wasn't even any wikis for like, it was a mod, right? It wasn't a
Thoughtbot
game.
that everybody would use
No Thoughtbot.
before
I
WoW had all
miss
this crap.
those.
I
It's
meant
like
for DayZ.
oh yeah, it's a. Remember we went here before. The higher little area. There's like 17.
There's the PvP
We
guy
were
right
here the other
here.
night.
Okay.
What other games did you play before that? Did you play Counter-Strike?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. 1.6 mods like
Yeah, 1.6.
Warcraft and like.
What was I playing?
Oh,
No,
yeah,
no,
RPGs.
no, wait. You're fucking full of shit, Austin. I just caught you on your goddamn lies. I remember Stormkiller was saying, you guys gotta play this DayZ game. It's great. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, he was the one that got us to play it. He wasn't just crashing a helicopter. He was playing it
No.
before any of us was, and I didn't
No,
think it was
no,
that
I was
good.
talking about Showstopper.
You said,
Storm.
he said Storm and Griff landed in a helicopter.
No, he's like, well, I'm trying to recount this. Here's the video of it. I don't know if you watch it, but it's like, yeah, Griff was like flying my helicopter.
I mean, I knew Storm before I ever played DayZ, is what I'm figuring.
No, I know, but I didn't. So like,
Oh,
first
so
time
me
I
and
met
Storm and Griff was playing. We met you then. I was with
Yeah.
them probably.
yeah, and then we all met up and and it was crazy because remember we had Skype back then and we had like a full Skype call of like 10 people when we were playing like DayZ. We had a lot of people at first.
You remember we was playing GTA San Andreas running around on that rooftop and those two girls came in? We had that Pretty May
You played
recorder.
GTA San Andreas online?
Yeah, well, we had a lot of fun with Sam. What was
Yeah,
it?
it was so
We would just
fun.
call random people.
I remember playing a bunch of times with you guys.
We got on Stickum Japan and talked to that guy smoking a cigarette. Remember that?
Sick. So,
Well, you guys, we play after we played DayZ. We went to a lot of other games too. There was like Wizard 101 we played. It was what was that other game you really liked? It was
Burnout Paradise. Played Split Second Racing Games. Trackmania.
games. Yeah. Well, what was that other one we played? They had the bear, like
Runes of Magic.
eyeball. Runes of Magic. The other one,
Remember the
we
one
played
called
like
Alloys?
all of these like 3 MMOs
The
together
Russian
too.
one.
Which one you know about the bear?
Online.
you went through all the biggest free MMO.
What
I remember
really
some
enjoyed
space
playing.
one. What was
Well,
that
you guys-
space MMO?
Oh, Eevee Online.
Yeah,
No, no,
Eve
no,
Online
no,
for a
no.
while, and
No,
then
no.
there
Y'all
was
play
the other one.
Rosh with like.
It was like some
Craft
other
Fest?
like WoW looking space MMO. I remember you gave me some items. I played with you like one day. It was like some space. It was like the most obscure MMO. Like you were like
Battlestar Galactica.
in space.
Uh,
It wasn't
there's a-
even.
Like
T2 was always
WoW?
looking for new games to play, so like we jump on the bandwagon every time there's a new like early access
Remember-
game or
Storm got us to play Mortal Online.
Y'all need to jump on my
Oh,
bandwagon
yeah.
more. That's when we had the best times.
I played Mortal Online 2 with Rogers like a couple months ago. That was pretty
Is that any
awful.
good? First
I
one
don't
was
know.
so
Yeah,
bad,
horrible
dude.
server.
The second one, like I think T2 was watching it, right? You were like the graphics were you were saying, but it was just like why would you
There was some MMO we played. I can't for the life of me remember the name of it. It wasn't Allods, but it was around that time. We had the bird body
Uh-huh.
part guild on WoW, and I said this time let's do colors and snakes. So
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
like
I
Red
remember that. That's the
Cobra,
one I
Black
was
Viper.
talking
Like,
about.
what the hell game was
Yeah.
that?
I thought that was the Russian one called Allies or whatever.
No.
Yeah, but we all got on there, and we were kind of like these like cyberpunk undead people, or like steampunk. I mean.
Something like that. It was weird. I just can't remember the name of it.
Yeah. And we were like all like running around. I was like Black Viper and like blue something.
What was the one where it was kind of like survival? I think there were zombies.
You're level 13.
Wasn't quite DayZ.
Try not to pull here. Can you fade yet?
I can't fade it.
Leaders run to the center. Mogres run to the center. Lee fucking fade.
I guess I had a level 16 guy.
Okay, now we're into a town. Just some banditos along the path. Oh, aggro, yeah.
Oh, that's why I think we should. Like, there's no real good MMOs anymore. I feel like the only game we played with Me Too, You Too, Rogers, and maybe Spam and like Skittles was ArcheAge. And that game was amazing to play with. Like,
Oh, yeah.
you could actually, I mean, I think that company that had it like went bankrupt or something, and they sold it to somebody else.
It's just doing the dailies is so annoying. I wouldn't
That
want
was
to play
annoying.
like a new character.
Yeah, I even barely played.
The leveling was fine, but like the end game was not.
I had played it before T2 initially, and then they did like a re-rollout where they came up with Dwarf.
That's another
race.
game Storm played way before I did, and I wouldn't believe him. It was good.
What game?
Yeah.
ArcheAge.
Oh.
But it,
Because he would read up on them and say like, oh, there's gonna be like a big land grab. You got to get in there and get your like land before anybody else does. And there's labor
Yeah,
points.
we
You can only do
did.
so
it
much
kind of
labor.
sucked because you had people who had
I
bought,
was like, that
and
doesn't
they would
sound
like.
fun.
Yeah,
on the
it was
properties
Bots
out.
Day 1 because it was a fucking Korean MMO that already existed for like 30 years or something.
And people knew all the exploits, and so they
Oh,
knew
they
that
Yeah, like
everywhere.
everybody knew like every pack.
I found the underground thing under the door place. Like, no one knew about that shit. That's the best.
that was the.
exploit
How did you
ever.
find that?
I was just fucking around. I was just like, oh, you can hide shit places. Like, let me climb up on this mountain. Like, glided down, and there's just a wall you glitch through to your underground cavern.
Are we gonna try to go through this?
I think this comes out on the other
Yeah.
side in Silver Pound Forest.
Mined up so much resource on there. I remember I gave somebody a stack of like 30 subscriptions. I was like, I'm done with
I
this
think
game
it was
again.
Rogers or something. We should have kept that so we could like fucking keep playing that shitty game, but I don't know.
That's so much.
Oh, I've
fun.
still
I
got all
tried
that
to sell it.
shit.
I just wish I would have filmed
If it
that
still
where I
exists, I don't know if
put
the
all the
server
apple
still
trees
exists.
down and like kill their oxes or whatever. I made this old lady scream. She was crying to her husband.
Prospector's Cloak recipe.
You have screenshots of that somewhere, dude. I think at some point 10 mines of those like mega mines.
Well, I would go in there and steal rocks out of your fucking things like every day and sell them on the auction house and make
Yeah.
fucking bank.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
were like,
that's what I did.
I
I,
needed-
stole like all of that stuff and sold it all in the auction house. I was
think,
rich as fuck.
I needed like 7 characters with the stipend and the subscription labor bonus thing, just to mine it each day.
oh Jesus, I
Yeah,
didn't
I
realize
don't,
it was that
I don't
much.
like that labor stuff. That was like terrible.
Well, they took
Especially
it
you
out.
had to pay for the
It was like a
premium
time
to get
gate.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
the-
time gate too.
The reason I hated that game, what they did with it, they had originally like you'd have to find these trees. Either you could farm them yourself or find them random.
yeah,
in
big
the world. They were
majority,
like
majority.
thunderstruck trees. And they were like a resource that was finite. But then they started selling like shit on their cash shop that was like amazing and stuff. It just like fucked up the entire economy. It just wasn't worth it to do anything. Anyway,
You guys played New World when it came out?
No.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about.
heard of it, never played it.
Well, I played it with with the other group. We used to play with. He's not part of that group, but we used to play Path of Exile. They went to play New World, but New World had the same kind of issue, where there was like all sorts of weird lag. You could lag out like the other people in the server to get boss kills, and there was all this duping and gold duping, like they had to wipe the
Oh, yeah.
economy on certain servers. It was just like, oh Christ. It was like
I hit level
Amazon.
60 like twice, like in the beta and like online.
I think a big company like that, with all this billions of dollars
Well,
resources.
did you play the original like beta where it was full loot PvP and stuff?
Yeah, but then they didn't do that because they thought, oh, majority
Because
of the people
streamers,
who-
dude, streamers were fucking casual as fuck, and they made them change it. Literally.
Well, I mean, a lot of people quit. It's like,
Why is my growl not working? He's not taunting his fucking shit.
I'm pretty sure you can go to his spell book,
He has it.
grab the growl, and put it on
Oh, I
your
didn't
arm.
activate it. Fuck. My
Oh
bad.
yeah, it was
Shit.
active.
You gotta right click it, make sure it's.
Gosh dang. Okay, somebody died here. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
level 6. Oh my goodness, he's level 18.
Let's back the fuck out of here.
We could probably take him on. Oh yeah, we can definitely take him.
Watch this guy. He's just gonna rush in. He doesn't know.
Come on. He's He's our hero.
Interface, lock action bars.
I don't know, it has some
Oh,
weird-
are you leaving or are we going through?
No, there's
These
18
guys
in
couldn't
there.
clear it.
Pull that thing and pull a whole group.
This is
No,
some
he's gonna
story
clear it.
time too.
What level is
I
he?
wish Rod
23. Invite him, maybe.
Does he play Darkfall?
Yeah, I think I did. It was like all these MMOs died out for some reason, like they were too hardcore or something.
Yeah, he
Blue
pulled it. He
PvP
pulled it.
always dies. It's not consistent.
Well,
Yeah.
good, like I
Well,
played
Albion's
Water-
doing good. That's supposed to be like the number one in MMO right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've never really played it. But Albion
Because a lot
online,
of these
really?
games feel like they don't have people in them. They have bots. That seem
Oh,
like,
they get heavy phasing and shit like that. Too.
yeah.
Are you good at identifying minerals now that you've collected for a while? Like when you walk around, you can just tell what rocks are.
Well, that's what's interesting, because with me, I got autism.
Which doesn't go
One of the
anywhere.
aspects of autism is that we notice details that other people kind of like skip over. And so
Yeah.
I just like, when I was reading these books, now when
Yeah.
I go outside and like wander around outside, I just like notice all these crystals that other people are telling me like, oh, how did you see that? And it's like,
Yeah.
to me, it's like
You
staring
pay
me in
more
the face.
attention.
Most people
Yeah.
are really blind. Fucking your average.
I started
person's
noticing
dumb as
stuff
shit.
that's on the side of the road that might be worth money, and I call
Yeah, I
it the
always
thieves'
stare at
eyes.
weird shit. I think I have.
I'm like, oh shit, that could be worth
And you're
something.
saying that too. I was like, damn. I gotta.
Well, like
fucking watch this.
autistic people systematize everything, and their brain works differently. Where, like, for autistic people can't seem to be indoctrinated into religion in the same way that normal people can, because it's
Oh, there we go. We're all autistic. up
we
here.
see the world as being like run by like mechanical systems in a way. You know, like the weather and the sun rotating around the.
You see the way
I
things
can't-
work.
I can't make eye contact. Maybe that's also true.
Well, that's
Come
also
on.
well, I can make eye contact, but it makes me like angry. It's like
Yeah,
if I
me
stare
too.
someone in the
I don't know
eyes,
why,
it's like
that's always-
staring. Well,
what-
if you stare at your dog in the eyes, they get mad because it's like a.
Yeah, but that
You're
I've
staring
always
at
I
them.
could look at my own child in the eyes, but then like other people, I don't like looking. I just
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't know why.
It's like I don't like people watching me take a shit, but my dog, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't know. It depends what your
She
preferences
can't,
are. I guess
make
it's just
fun of me.
for me. I have like harder time with like picking up on people. Like it's fine talking to you guys on Discord, but what if I'm in a conversation face to face with like somebody I don't know or they're new people? I don't
Yeah.
know. It just feels kind of like weird. Where like I feel like more intimidated in certain situations.
Yeah.
Anybody in the chat not in the Discord and has some personal information they want to get out on the chest and just like come clean and
Come on.
therapy
on
teaching
now.
time, learning the lore.
We always joke like, you got the good little hunting autism or what?
I don't know. For me, it's like my autism's not as bad as some of these other people. Because originally,
like
what kind of fixed me, in a way, was like I used to be really depressed and like worried. Oh, I'm so this and that. And then I went to some support groups for other people with autism, and I'm like, whoa, those people are fucked.
Yeah.
was
Then you
like,
realize like who
I'm not
cares?
fucked
Like,
at all. I'm just like slightly autistic. I just should fucking
Yeah.
just. I need to just work on some things, and I'll be fine.
yeah. There you go. It's all about the attitude.
Yeah, and my parents, for the longest time too, they just like, my mother would see me like fail 1 or 2 times and be like, oh, can't do that now.
It's got a touch of the
And, like,
tism.
Yeah,
Well, it
that's
was
not
kind
the
of
right. Yeah, that's not the right way to do.
where I realized it was like, oh, if I would have just tried, or if my parents,
Yeah.
like those parents were, they're like, no, you're gonna keep doing it till you
I
get
see
it.
the
But
guy.
did they tell you? Like, did they tell you from a young age? Like, did the doctor say like you're autistic, and that they changed their opinion, or how did it happen? When did
Well,
you find out?
This is
when I
right
was-
here. He's right here.
I didn't really speak. There was like one thing my mom told the doctor that I never cried as a baby, and so that's
Yeah.
like supposedly a big red flag for like autism or something.
Or being
I'm-
very stoic, not crying like a real man. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It's like
Yeah.
the problem was like I wouldn't cry when you would think you would like. If I don't cry and tell you I'm hungry or not hungry, then it's like I would. It's gonna be like a negative survival trait. Then I
I mean,
would starve to
didn't you
death.
also eat cigarette butts as
Yeah.
a baby?
But I
Look at
ate
this
everything.
thing.
I put
Looks like-
like rocks. I would eat rocks.
I had the
like-
erectile too. I'm gonna be right back.
There's like statues up here with moss on them and shit. Oh, this is cool.
I used
Yeah,
to
but it-
swallow
like,
weird
it
things
depends,
too, like
a lot
pennies.
of babies that are autistic will just eat like inanimate objects for some reason or another.
I definitely did that when I was a baby.
Oh, what's that called when people eat like an airplane or something?
Well, I mean, like,
Or that
okay,
little
so,
girl
like,
eats
a
the
lot of
mattress,
autistic
she's addicted to
children
eating,
are
like-
often will eat like animal shit.
Ugh.
Yeah. So if you have to like a lot. My mom told me like when she was raising me, she essentially had to like treat me as if I was on suicide watch because I was so stupid. Like I would constantly.
Like walk over a ledge if there was like a ledge.
Like a
Yes,
dog,
if there's
like
a
an
ledge
animal.
there, or drown in a river, or like because I had no sense of danger or
Like a kamikaze pilot.
or personal safety. So I would
Yeah.
often like. So, but that's the thing. Now I'm an adult and I don't have fear of things that I still should have fear of, right? So I'm not scared of caves or dark
Yeah.
mines.
Yeah,
I will actively like
you're
walk
not
in
scared
there.
of the shit that we're scared, or I'm scared.
Yeah.
I'm scared
But
of
I-
caves. I'm scared.
But I should be scared of it for an evolutionary thing because there's like, you know,
You'd be a good free
predators.
climber, like a free,
Predators.
like Alex Hamill. If you're
I
not
don't know
scared
about
of
that.
heights.
I've seen. I'm not afraid of heights, but I don't really want to fall.
Yeah.
It's gonna suck.
But I feel like if you got good, like confident, I feel like he's just so confident in his skills, like the way you
Yeah.
are when you're in a cave. You're like nothing bad can happen.
It's kind of like playing hardcore. You know what to do as long as nothing bad happens. You don't make any serious
Yeah, it's a
mistakes.
calculated risk.
But then I talk to people who live in my own town who have like normal lives, they don't have disabilities, but they also don't do anything. They're just like super hyper afraid of everything. Oh, you
Yeah.
can't do that, Austin, because it's dangerous. I'm like, well, bad, I don't care.
You get hit by a
And
car
so-
going outside your house. Everything's dangerous. to an extent.
Everything's dangerous. People are like, how do you talk to people on the internet or meet people from the internet? Isn't that dangerous? They might be psychopaths. I'm like, yeah, but
That's true.
So could people in my own community, right? Everybody could be a psychopath or whatever, right? You see people all the time that go to jail that aren't psychopaths that killed their neighbor over some petty bullshit or a fair or whatever, right? No.
Do you guys ever, when you're just driving down the street, you realize how fast you're going? Like, if you made a mistake, you could just kill yourself instantly. Somebody could smack
there's
you.
Oh
plenty
yeah,
of
or you
times where
you
things
zone
have
out. You zone out and almost hit a biker, and you're like, "Oof, that guy was lucky today."
Or you like drive 2-3 miles and don't remember any of it. Like, how did I get here?
Holding a Jaeger bottle, going 200.
Grease
Interesting.
stone
Once-
line.
Once I realized I wasn't that stupid as I thought it was, because I was realizing like the doctors had told my parents at a young age, like, oh, he won't be able to do these things, so you should just give up on him, essentially, and just like,
Yeah, you
Drowning
can
in
never
a
listen
bucket.
to doctors.
What
Doctors
do
are
you do?
bullshit. I was told that I wasn't even gonna work. Like I was gonna be too sick. Like have like this form of leukemia that I had, but then like everything turned out fine. So, but if I listened to them, I could have been like a negative Nancy, you know,
yeah.
like a fucking sorry Sally.
Well, especially when I was hanging out with T2 and other people in the Discord, I started realizing, or not Discord, I mean, over the years of Skype and then whatever else we used, and we played so many different MMOs, I was like, there's so many, like, people who are less functioning than myself, who live in the States, who, like, still have families, and, like, get on with their lives, or whatever it is.
Yeah,
And I'm like, why is in Canada, like, in Canada, we've always, it's like an insult to call someone an American because you're seen as being like stupid. Then, because it's like all stupid Americans with they got their guns, so they're like violent or whatever. But then I'm starting to think like all these people who live in Canada are like NPCs that are like afraid of everything, afraid of like going outside because they'll get wet, cold, or something like that. You know, like
cold.
Well, that's what people around my town are always like. People come over to my house, like friends of mine, there, and then they'll see my rock collection. And I'll be like, Austin, isn't it dangerous riding your bike into the mountains? What if a bear attacks you? Huh? Like their fear of something bad happening is preventing them from like going exploring or doing anything with their lives.
Well, it's like West Coasters. They're like, oh my god, you gotta deal with 3 inches of snow during the winter? That's
I mean, this is gonna
horrible."
sound bad. But what you're talking about, like, they think you just kill yourself or whatever when you're born. Like, my nephew's got Down syndrome, and he was born with, like, this hole in his heart or whatever. They had to, like, do the serious surgery, and it was, like, $250,000. And I'm like,
Jesus.
would anybody pay $250,000 for a Down syndrome kid? I mean, if you think about it in
They
terms
really
of,
love
like that,
them.
I guess
But
they
hey,
do.
in Canada, they want to kill
Like, I don't know
people with
how they're-
autism and stuff like
That's
that.
so much money to me. Like, how is anybody ever going to pay that?
Well, you know the
You
fucked
can
up
have
thing
another
was,
kid. It's not hard. Just gotta have sex again. Wait 9 months. It's fun.
like in Canada
Well,
too.
if
Like,
they had autism, maybe they probably had a lot of miscarriages.
well, this is what I've been wondering. They're turning all the autistic kids into like transgender people now. Like, because it's like they have the statistics. They've seen that there's okay, so like I was renting a car of like one of my social workers, and her daughter wanted to be trans, but they're saying like they don't know what to do about it. They didn't want to make her give her the testosterone because they don't want her to become like sterile and all this stuff. But then now the kids have more power over this than their own parents, and like the schools will tell like the government, and the government will come and send like child protective services, to, like take your kid away if you don't like let them be trans and all this stuff. But they've noticed that a lot of the things like these different teachers, like T2 was seeing those university professors were like telling all these kids stuff, and then the kids are believing like everything that comes out of their mouths, like they're some sort of.
Well, yeah. Well, they're like, do you like little boys? And of course, a little boy likes little boys because they like to play together, right? They don't understand what they're talking about.
You're a pedophile. What?
But then like the issue was, when I was going through school, we didn't really have any of that. But now all these autistic people that I see when I go to autism,
Yeah.
like autism.
Oh, they're like, oh, you like little boys? You're gay, or whatever.
You're a gay
Well,
fag.
Well, the autism support clubs are now telling like these autistic people like, oh, wait, you're actually transgender, and then because they're like kind of stupid, they're like going along with it, like thinking, oh, this will solve like all my problems. And I'm just thinking it's like a fad, because you have like, it's like when I'm working at the gas station and I'm talking to some of it was like the young girls who were working there, like 16 and whatever. We had some trannies come in, and I'm like, what the fuck? And they're like, but these are young kids, like 15 years old, that are now transitioning. And then the girls are telling us like, oh yeah, it's like trendy now. Like, it's trendy to be trans. Just how it's like trendy to be gay.
You can change your sexuality by trends? Like, how the fuck's that work?
But
That's
now they're
basically
all
what it is, though, Season.
It's not really the sexuality,
It's
it's
like you
their
don't want
identity.
to, you don't,
It's
yeah,
like-
you don't want to fill out, so you just say you're bi, right? And like you get out, like you're part of that SJW crowd, if you just say you're bi.
You think about how like
And you're not
Marilyn
even
Manson
really
was
bi,
so
right? You're
weird
not
back in the
really
day,
funny.
like nobody
But people
understood
say
Marilyn
bi.
Manson, our all parents was freaking out. Now it's like not even a big deal. He's just kind of a little trans. He just like,
I bet if you ask like most like college girls right now, it was like by default said you're bi.
Yeah, probably. But the issue that we're having now is that there's like these autistic people that feel like they were tricked by the school system, told that they were like trans when they were a young impressionable like 14-year-olds.
everybody's trans,
they're
but
like,
nobody's tomboy or tomgirl anymore. Like, what happened to that?
yeah, they're trying to turn all the tom girls
Yeah.
into boys, and then like these girls, I saw it on the news, they're like trying to sue the government now for wrongly transitioning them, like because when they were young and stupid, right, they didn't know any better, and they were like, they had all these mental health problems. So it made me think of like a bigger issue. It's like maybe the government's doing this on purpose.
Yeah.
Because when you do the transition process, it makes you sterile, right? If you're a female that's given a bunch of testosterone, you'll become sterile, or male estrogen. So that means you're gonna remove them from the gene pool. Like, oh, you're autistic and gay. Okay, well, we're gonna sterilize you. You don't like.
Because you're mostly going to be liberals.
Yeah.
That makes less liberals. That means the conservatives are behind it. Wait a minute. They're the ones that are acting like they're the most against
gay people
it.
is gay people cannot reproduce, so they have to indoctrinate. So that's how that works, kind of.
Yeah, well, I've seen a lot of them. The way it's kind of is when I went to Children's Hospital when I was a kid to get my testosterone or whatever, they didn't push any of this stuff. But now it's like 20 years later, it's like when I'm working at my other job, they have those your pronouns now. They have like pronouns name tags. So if you're E2, you'll have your name, and then under that you'll be like
Zimzer.
him or Zimzer
Yeah,
or whatever.
that's kind of always been like a thing, right? Like if you sign up on like anything, you're always gonna have to identify as male or female.
That was on website.
But they add,
now,
like,
now it's like
60 different
first
things
word.
though.
Then you get to crazy levels of people like, oh, my kid identifies as a bird or something, and they're like actually going along with it, and I'm like,
Did
this
you say
kid
to
is
build a nest or something?
yeah, build a nest in the classroom. There's
I
stories
heard about that
on
one.
there's stories on fucking YouTube where you can find these, and these people actually are like treating it like it's a serious mental illness, like, and we have
Sounds
to like
pretty serious to me.
we have to accommodate
Yeah,
these
they
kids.
identify as a dog and they have to have a kennel and stuff.
That
That's
sounds
fucking
very
cool.
serious.
Oh, this is where
My
somebody
point-
died earlier. It was these Thistleclaw cubs. I remember them killing somebody.
Well, my issue is when I was a kid, I was a very impressionable idiot kid who could have been told I was a dog or something and gone along with it. So I'm just thinking, people, there's like, you have like Munchausen by proxy, where these parents are like,
That's all it is, just indoctrination.
Why don't we just come up with a unisex pronoun that
They think like
everybody
that,
uses?
so they need more people to think like that. So they just try to figure it out.
So the pronoun will be
See if
you,
everybody
yim,
fights it, I guess.
ye, yim.
Like I was told I
Year.
was an idiot my whole life, and then I come out and realize like I've just been gaslit by like all these doctors and like the education system, and I'm like, wait, I'm smarter than like average like libtard now that thinks they're like genderless like koala bear or something, or whatever they're identifying as.
Well, yeah, college people are pretty dumb. They're like, oh, I passed this test. I'm so smart because I studied.
I
And
remember
5 years later, they don't
They have like
remember
no
any of
common
that.
sense. Yeah, a lot of them have no common sense. And
I mean, basically, college is just like, how hard can you study? I know really dumbass doctors. Like,
I didn't
my
go to
dad's neighbor
college,
is
I
a
just went-
doctor that is literally a degenerate gambler. Fucking doesn't even have a job anymore.
I see people
Those are
like
the
doing
children.
book reviews that read like 100 books a year, and they'll sometimes say a word wrong that I know like they don't know what that word means.
they're not
They're reading all these
pronouncing it
books, and like I
properly.
think they know a big thing. But
I'll be back in an hour or whatever. I gotta go to the post office. Video.
Walk all the way there.
But no. It might take a while.
An
Sometimes.
hour to
it's
drive
busy.
to the post office? Jeez, where do you live?
I
You
probably
got
got
nothing
like
like
30
close
minutes
by?
in line. 15-minute
no.
drive, 30 minutes in the line, 15 minutes back. Yeah.
So, Vale's want
Okay,
to know
so-
if TRT helps your autism. I'm trying to explain. He's got Klinefelters, which makes him kind of gay because he's XXY. He's got like female and male traits.
Yeah.
He's not trans, but he's got to take testosterone to like keep him like, what do you call it when you're, how they identify you, cis or whatever.
Well, so like for instance, since my body doesn't produce any testosterone naturally, then but my body does produce estrogen. So if I don't take the other stuff, then I'll like lose my deep voice, I'll lose my muscle mass, my hair, like I'll lose my facial hair, that kind of stuff. But I'll like it, and I'll get really fucking tired. Like I have no energy if I don't have testosterone. And then I can't digest foods without testosterone too. You need like helps with your digestive process. But that's the thing too. It's like I went to the doctor and the doctor's like, "Oh, it's normal. A bunch of people with your disorder become transgender or whatever." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I don't want to be trans." Stupid
You
government.
have to be.
Yeah, I mean, they used to give me as much testosterone as they wanted. Now,
Oh, now they want
now
you to
they're
know.
like, "Oh, cut me off." Basically, they're like, "Nope, you get 1 box a month and no more." Like, what they don't want me becoming more masculine and
Well, I
strong.
bet Fox News would love to interview you. One of those guys. Like Knowles, Michael Knowles, or one, or
I know, like, I
What
don't
was the
mean to
one
sound
guy?
stupid or anything, but it's just like,
what is this place?
they've had people on Fox News that were like these Reddit moderators that were like transgender, that the anti-work movement, like they didn't want to work because they think that being lazy is a human virtue or whatever. Those people, I'm like, those people just giving up on life. Like, yes,
Sci-fi books kind of say we should get to a point where robots do everything and we just maintain the robots.
You gotta get to that point, though.
gotta get to that point right now. Currently, we just, like, I don't know.
Universal basic income, that's in a lot of like Robert Heinlein stuff. But if you want to do something like artistic and create something, you get extra, so like you still can work.
Yeah. I guess you're right to a degree. It's just that, like, I I just don't like lazy people who aren't willing to do anything and then but expect other people to like pick up a finger and like I mean help them with stuff. Like if you're not willing to like do anything for yourself, why should other people do anything for you? Where it's like for me, one of the things like I watched so Jordan Peterson came out for a while and he was really against the trans stuff because he didn't like being forced to like use compelled speech, right? And I didn't really care at that at first. Then he started talking about like how there's so many young people in this country now that are lost. They're like committing suicide because they have no purpose in life. They don't know what to do with themselves, and I was kind of feeling like that. It's like all I play is video games and like live off welfare, and I don't really do anything. I don't have any hobbies. And so that's when I read his book 12 Rules for Life, and in it says like clean your room, but not
Yeah.
There was
If
physically,
you can't
but
clean your house, start with your room. If you can't clean your whole room, just start with a corner.
Just start with a corner, and work through. And he was talking about more like instead of just cleaning a room, like realistically, it's like clean your mind out. So all the things you're stressed about. And there's all this stuff over the years where I just smoke weed because I'd like stressed, so I could forget about like what I was supposed to be doing. And then I would have like panic attacks and stuff because I wasn't working through like my problems. I would just keep like, push it to the side because I go to play some video games so you forget about having to do it. And I was always so stressed out. The teacher knows this. Whenever I would play with him in the past, I was always freaking out about everything. And then once I realized like, oh, once I cleaned out my room in my head when I went through my little checklist and like fixed everything, I was like, no more stress. I was playing Minecraft a lot, and I put like thousands of hours into Minecraft. And I always thought it was kind of neat. Like, oh, I wish I could do that in real life. And one of my friends was like, no, we have diamonds around here and rubies and stuff. And I'm like, what? And I just went to this, I went on Amazon and I bought a mining pick and I went and bought like a metal detector. And I just went off in the bush. And I spent like all day mining rocks. And I was like, I could do this. Like, to other people it would be boring, right? To me, after playing like Minecraft and playing World of Warcraft, where in World of Warcraft you level your mining skill and you go around and mine all these different types of ore, I was like, I always liked doing that in the MMOs. It was interesting to me.
It's like an autistic success story. It should be on some TV show.
And then I have people tell me that I'm like really smart because I remember all these minerals names. Like there's 5,000 different mineral names.
Going from not being able to tell time to learning all these minerals and stuff.
I know. I got all these books now and tons of like I was all these rocks that might have gold in them, but I don't know if it's enough to really even like I'd have to. The next thing I have to buy is maybe a rock crusher or something. That's gonna be like really noisy. I don't know, I just found it like really interesting. Which everyone else might bother, other people, oh, it's a waste of time. And I just thought of like, well, what's a bigger waste of time? Sitting around on my ass playing video games that don't make me any money, or going and panning creeks and making money? And then I was like, well, fuck it, if I'm gonna play Minecraft, play it in real life. So I just took the knowledge I knew, got all the shit together, I went and panned in the creek, and I made $4,000 off gold. And then I went and used that, and I bought myself a...
You made $4,000 in gold?
Yeah.
What the fuck was this?
Just a
Just
couple years ago.
that part, dude.
This is like whatever your rich guy says is like go find your passion and pursue it and figure out what you want to do so you don't have to work a day in your life and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I went and panned the creeks around here. We have creeks. Like this is what Showstopper was saying with that other guy. It was like the drug addicts are so stupid that all they have to do is literally go pan for gold in the creeks here, and they'd have enough money to buy as many fucking drugs they want to. But instead, they're just like laying about on the side of the streets and like wasting their lives. And so what I did was, I've been relatively poor for like my whole life. My clothes look like I'm poor. So I went and bought two $12, I spent $12 on gold pants. Just like two of these. I went down to the river. And I got really high off some weed, because when you smoke weed it makes me
You're doing the drugs too.
No, they're doing like fentanyl and shit like that. I don't want So, but when I smoke weed, it's like it makes time go by faster. Makes me more focused and stuff. And I sat there and I just gold panned for days. Like, you know, I did this gold pan until now. Oh, sun's going down and then I go home. And I collected a tiny bit of gold dust every time I was out there. Like, where the average person maybe look at it and go, it's not worth my time. I'm like, what? Then I thought about it. It's like minimum wage, and me like spending money on breakfast and all this shit to go to work and gas and all that other stuff. You make more money just sitting there gold panning every day.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the month or whatever it is, I had like 4 ounces of gold or whatever it was, and
Can you automate it?
you probably could. There's so many videos now where people have built.
Yeah, I mean,
like
if you had like one little pan, you're doing that like once a minute. What if you just made it automated, like 100?
Yeah, we could get like a robot or something to just pan gold for you. Maybe they could have a high definition
Not
camera
like a
so they can
robot,
spot.
but like the machine, you know?
Yeah, like that's
Just
what I
kinda
mean.
Swishes it
There-
around.
There's sluice boxes now that people have built. Like there's gold hounds. They have little masts in there that catch the gold fragments, so it's way more efficient than gold panning. Because there's gold that floats on the surface sometimes because it's called like I forget what kind of. It's like a really light type of gold, and that stuff's just gonna get out of your bowl.
Oh, that flower gold they call it.
Yeah, flower gold. And so, but if I had these, like, my dad and brother were telling me, oh, it's not worth money, Austin. It's not worth your time to go buy all this equipment to go mine gold. And then, but I was just kept feeling like there was something missing in my life. Like it was like,
$4,000 was missing.
yeah, I mean, I feel like I could be making money right now if I. And so we're driving down the highway, going to work, and I'm looking up at the mountain, and I'm like, that looks like gold ore up there. But I'm like, so I came back after hours, like I rode my bike out there, and then I went and collected some like surface rocks and took them home, and they didn't have gold in them, but I'm like, I was willing to take my bike out to the highway and climb up like a sheer cliff of the mountain, probably really dangerous for the average person, right? But to me, it was like, there might be fucking gold up there, man, and I could make my fortune. And so I started watching these YouTube videos about gold miners, and they talk about like the old timers didn't have metal detectors, so they left a whole bunch of gold in the mountains. And a lot of these gold mines are abandoned now. The claims aren't owned by any companies, they're just like part of the crown land, I guess, now. And so I went to these abandoned gold mines and took my metal detector with me, and anything that beeped I threw in my fucking satchel bag and I'd go through their old abandoned ore dumps. I just like thought to myself, like, the economy is so shit in Canada right now. Like a brick of cheese, a small brick of cheese is like $9.99. A liter of milk is like, you know, like $12 or whatever. You know? It's like, to make a sandwich, it's gonna be like $50 worth of ingredients to make a. It's almost like I was saying with the other guys. It's the same price just to order food. Like a pizza is like $25, $30 now for like a medium pizza. So it's like getting to the point where it's like certain foods are like I can't even afford to buy them anymore. And I live in subsidized housing, and I have like welfare checks from the government every month. And I'm just looking at, they're not giving me more money, but the price of living's going up. So I'm like, soon I'm not going to be able to pay for fucking anything. We'd be able to afford rent, and then that's about it. So I was just thinking about it, like, fuck, I better, I mean, if I can remember these names and know what to look for, why not just go fucking passively try to make some income like that? And at first my brother was like, this is a waste of time, whatever, but then I just keep coming home. I was showing my parents, like, on my phone, here's all the crystals I found, here's all the big chunks of ore I found. And they're like, what the fuck? How do you keep finding these? And it's like, I don't know, maybe I just...
Because I'm actually out there looking. You ain't gonna
Out
find
there
if you
looking.
don't look.
And it was too, like, my brother would tell me he would go panning and he was finding, like, garnets in the river, like gemstones that you can sell for good money, and there's just...
Can't win a lottery if
Nope.
you don't buy a ticket, I say.
Exactly. It's like... And so anybody who's listening on the stream or whatever, it's like, if you feel like you're poor and you're down on your luck, I mean, and you're working, maybe you're working a job that's minimum wage and you hate it.
Maybe you don't play Minecraft, maybe you play Candy Crush and get into the candy industry.
Yeah, so like, there's gotta be something that's worth your time that's gonna make you money. You guys, like, people are systematizing, they like remembering. Like, I was even making good money off cans. So I would walk around town while I was looking for rocks. And I would bring a bag with me, and when I was going down the creeks, because a lot of the creeks will have gemstones in them, or like, you know, or whatever. And I would just pick out all the cans. Some of the cans were kind of nasty or whatever, but I clean them up enough. Like with autism too, I don't get grossed out by certain things that normally people would be.
He doesn't mind repetitive tasks that are boring.
Yeah, and I'm willing to do, like, okay, so Showstopper was telling me about how they built an AI thing for like Amazon line work, where they have to work like some line putting boxes on conveyor belts. And somehow the AI turned itself off because it didn't want to have to do like the menial tasks. Like it somehow hacked itself and went into its own UI and shut itself off. Where I could do line work for 8 hours a day and I'd be fine, because in my head it's like I'm fine with doing menial tasks. It makes me wonder if autistic people are like in the past, like, why is it in our DNA? Like, maybe there was a use. You would have like a slave class, perhaps, was like okay with doing like menial tasks all day long.
Well, if you're a slave, you don't really have to be okay with it. It'll make you.
No, but would you want to be efficient and not want to you don't want your slaves rebelling. You want them to be like happy with what they're doing. And they're like,
Figure if I have to be out working and doing some menial labor all day, I'll just do as minimum as I can and try to make it look like I'm doing more, or to get in the bare minimum just to get by. See if I can care.
Well, that's what most people do. But like for me, I just got like literally high off of like running around the woods looking for crystals and stuff, because I'd find some of them, then look up their value on like Facebook Marketplace.
That's why I like
selling
looking
them
at
for.
mushrooms. It's like treasure right there. It's like something I
Yeah,
can
it's like
use.
treasure. I
Make a
gained
game
like
of it.
30 pounds worth of muscle because I was carrying a heavy backpack around with like tools, and I ended up blowing a tire on my bike because I had over like 100 pounds of rocks on the satchel bags trying to take them home. Yeah.
Broke the tire before it broke your back.
I mean, yeah. Well, I put them in the satchel bags. They're on the bike itself. And some of these rocks are really heavy. Or but it just gave me like this, I don't know, just excitement. Like I'm using Google Maps to visit all these abandoned gold mines
Sounds
that
like
I never
the
even knew
feeling
were
I
there.
got when I thought I was going to be the supervisor, and I started coming up with all these ideas to like improve the business, and they're sort of like, oh hell yeah, I want to do this, I want to do this. It's gonna be great. I start like getting creative.
Like that's the thing too. Like on my parents' property, my dad was like, yeah, if you find crystals, whatever, you can mine them, I don't care. But at first he didn't want me to make a mess. Then when I was like digging up there, and he comes up the mountain to have a look at what I was doing, and I dug like a big hole, like maybe a cubic meter into the mountain, and he's like freaking out because he doesn't want like me to destabilize the mountain and all this stuff. And then I gave him some like big crystals that I filled an 8-gallon bucket with like crystals and this material that looked like gold ore. Like I'm not sure if it is gold ore because I have to like process it first. And then, but he's been watching all these mining videos like you have, and like those ones that have like drama in them or whatever. And he's looking at it and he's like, oh shit, this might actually be gold ore. And then he just went from being like, don't make a mess on my mountain, to go, okay, dig as much as you want. Like, so I've been trying to prove to my father like this whole time, like, no, I can, like, I want to show him like this Dan Hurd that's been digging around here found like a 2-pound nugget, like, which is really rare. Like an ounce is like almost 2,000 USD. It's like 1,900 USD right now for an ounce of gold.
I thought it was like 2,500 or something. Well, I thought since gold rush days.
Well, you gotta factor in inflation, right? So your country has a lot more inflation than back. So if you factor it, like, there should be a scale, but something like $50 now, or back then used to be like $120 now, or something like that. If you think about the ratio, that's why I've been thinking about, like, the best way to make money might just be like quit my job and just gold panning all day long. I just buy like the equipment that I need.
How much time are you spending on it now?
I bought a $600 jackhammer.
I mean, how much time per day?
How much time?
Compared to you work 8 hours a day, you go mine how much?
Depends, because you don't always find gold, right? But if I found it, like, that's why I've been looking to see if I could find an actual, like, deposit of gold. Then, because you would have to collect a ton of material, like a literal ton, and then grind that up and gold pan it, and then try to do the math to see how much gold you have per ton, and then you would see, like, if it'd be worth digging out, right? But since I haven't found any, like, gold other than gold panning and the river.
Well, how much money do you make at your job? Because it sounds like you just have a job kind of, because you get paid more from the government than you do from you making it work, right?
Yeah, basically.
Sounds like you're way better off just quitting it. Do you have to have a job to get the benefits, though?
No. Really. So I'm thinking maybe it's just like quit my job and go full-time, like, gold panning, and I make more money than...
Everybody I've heard of that's been successful is like, yeah, I quit my job and make more money doing this other thing, or this other job. Like, it's not like you can't get the job back, it's just a cleaning job, right? They can take you right back.
Probably. Like, I made more money during the pandemic than I did in the last, like, 10 years. Now, those 2 years, because people were paying me, like, anywhere from $36 to, like, $55 an hour or something, because they needed it clean, and, like, coronavirus was a big issue. So they were like... And it's hilarious, because I didn't get vaccinated, and... I didn't wear, like, any major, like, protection. Like, I wear, like, the basic mask and just gloves and washed my hands and never caught coronavirus, like, the whole 2 years, even though I was cleaning, like, bathrooms and public places.
It's kind of like my job. Like, you don't actually produce anything, so there's no way that supply and demand can fuck you.
Yeah. People will always be producing messes, right? There's always going to be a mess that needs to be cleaned up.
You always need security because your building gets a discount on their insurance if you have guards there. You basically get them for free.
So during the pandemic, there was a lot of people around here that were without work, and they were seen as non-essential workers, which makes me think, like, but I was always seen as an essential worker. And so I was starting to thinking, like, right off the bat, I'm like, if the government decides just to lock us down again, like, you gotta make sure whatever your job you're doing is essential, you know, that no one else, because they're currently, I make jokes at my work that, you know, Roombas can't climb stairs, right? Until they come up with a robot that can clean everything and do everything I do, then, you know,
most people
I've still
aren't
got a
willing
job.
to do.
I guess they could replace you with a robot that walks around or something, but...
Somebody's got to watch the cameras on that robot.
Well, I don't know how, would those cameras go directly to, like, Wi-Fi somewhere, and there's just one person?
Oh,
They'd have,
one
like,
person watching 10 robots.
R2-D2 kind of robots patrolling the hallways with stun guns or something.
How may you be of assistance?
Protectrons from Fallout 3 or something.
I may be dead.
Something like that.
That does not mean
Well, it makes me wonder, like, for instance, I don't particularly like having to do my job, because sometimes I get yelled at when I work in my shells, or working at the Shell gas station, because you get stupid customers come in that are like, I don't even understand how these people have, like, jobs and cars and families, how stupid they are. And they'll come and yell at me over, like, the price of gas, which I have no control over, and I gotta deal with, like, shitty people all day, and I'm making a minimum wage, which is like $16 an hour here. And then, but everything's so expensive at the grocery store, I'm like, I'll work 4-hour shift, and I'm wondering, like you're saying, would I make more money if just gold panning for 4 hours? Like, maybe, probably. You know, it's just, and I wouldn't have to I'd be in nature, and I wouldn't have to deal with anybody being talking shit to me at all.
You might not make it every time, but when you do make it, you probably make enough that it averages out to make more.
It doesn't take very much to make an ounce of
When you
gold.
do find
like,
it, that's when it pays off. It's not steady, like every day I'm going to get exactly this much gold.
yeah, but that's what I was thinking. Like, I know what to look for. Like, it's very interesting for me because it's like.
Plus, you can sell all those gemstones and shit too. You got to count those.
Oh yeah, but I don't know how. I've been told that like some of the screenshots I have there. If you guys scroll up, you see I have a picture of like my hand with
You just
the
need to find
gemstones
like
on
a
it.
collector that likes shit like that.
Yeah. So I went to a few collectors and they told me if I find them like they really want to see the gemstones in their original like host rock.
Yeah.
But the gemstone has to be like perfect.
And matrix,
whatever
they
it is.
call it.
And they have a certain matrix on it, and there's like certain types of crystals that are like they told me quartz, the normal white quartz that's not see-through, it's opaque, like a little bit of light goes through it, but not much. Those aren't worth anything. You usually like grind those up, and you see them in, like landscaping rock or whatever. The rare crystals are like the perfect ones that look like glass that are completely clear. And then there's around here with all the volcanoes, I've been told. I have actually some good quartz samples. I took them to this lady, and she told me if they were a little bit bigger and they had, there's like smoky quartz, which is like a black quartz that's see-through, or it looks like there's a wisp
I've
of
seen
smoke
that.
like stuck in the side. That they
That's
said
in that
some of
show.
those would sell for like thousands of dollars. And there's like, I'm like, wait a minute, why do I have like some of those? And I like went through my collection and showed it to her, and I didn't have like perfect ones. Like some of them were chipped. So if they were perfect, I could have sold like one of them for like 15 grand if I could find a buyer.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, but the government doesn't see that as money or income until I sell it, right? And then I have to pay taxes. So it made me think that like if I just have like a safe full of crystals or something like that, they're collateral essentially. If I just collect all these crystals that are rare, they're essentially like owning gold bars or something, and
I don't see how they can count like Bitcoin as money like that, because like taxable.
I think I'm gonna try to tax everything.
If you
They'd,
never
like,
traded
tax
in for dollars, if you just buy stuff with Bitcoin, it's not going into your economy. Why should I pay taxes to your economy or something that's not used in your economy?
Well, they changed the rules. It came a law recently, and so they track like everything you do and purchase online, and now they tax us like for Bitcoin now too. So I was thinking, well,
Seems
then they don't tax
illegal.
us on owning like physical property. So for instance, Dan Hurd, the guy that does all the mining,
They do us
Used to-
property taxes.
well, there's property taxes, but I live in a
And then there's
I
estate
rent.
taxes if you give it to somebody. There's taxes if you buy shit. Taxes if you sell shit.
So there's like taxes when you sell it, but up to that
Same money
point,
gets
like,
taxed multiple times. That's what's bullshit.
Yeah.
It should just be like an income tax. That's it. Or a sales tax.
I was even thinking maybe getting to the point of barter and trade system. Like, what if I collect enough of these rocks and refine them? You know how I showed you those pictures where I sliced them with a saw so they look like meat, kind of like weird looking? Well,
Yeah.
those are like jaspers and stuff. They were quite rare. So I don't know if like those would actually sell for anything. Like, because I have to find a buyer and someone to tell me and appraise it or whatever else. But there's that thing where I've been in rivers where I found I found like a big trilobite like imprint on a rock,
Oh shit.
and I'd left it there because it was too heavy to move, and then when I came back it was like gone. So, and there was like this big seashell that was like one of those spiral ones that was built into the side of like a cliff face, and I went in my chisel and I broke it free and I sold it for like $800 or whatever, some collector. I might have been able to make. Now I'm thinking about it, I might be able to make even more money. I didn't know what it was worth at the time, you know.
Should have kept that trilobite.
Probably, yeah, I should have probably kept it because fossils are worth like a ton of money. I didn't realize that.
Meteorites are worth a ton of money.
Oh yeah, meteorites. But meteorites are weird because they're like a amalgamations of different minerals because they've been super heated in space.
It's a
So
trilobite.
it's, you know what a trilobite is? It's like a big snail-looking, like a bug,
I got a picture.
fossilized bug. I'll show you what people have found around here. There's this website. There's this place in next town over.
One of those.
Yeah, like that. And it was like big.
Oh,
It
fuck.
took both hands to pick it up.
It's like a Pokemon, dude.
Yeah, one of those Pokemons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. There's one here. It's like $155.
I'm trying to find one on this website I'm looking at. I don't know.
It's not worth like thousands then.
This is the store I was gonna go today because they have a lapidary saw there, which is like a special rock cutting saw. If you pay them like $5 or something, then they'll cut like rocks in half for you. I
That's why they have
like,
that
really big-
lapidary lens in PoE.
Yeah.
Modified as a jewel.
Well, a lot of the stuff I have, all these big crystals, they're like jewels, they're just not refined. I haven't like polished them. I have to buy a polisher now or something like that. But like I was saying, I remembered all of these crystals' names, and like I bought so much. I bought a black light, like a little black flashlight, that has off of Amazon, and when you turn it on at nighttime and shine it on certain rocks, they'll glow, and like they glow really brightly, like they almost look like they're radioactive. But you take the black light off of it, and they stop glowing.
Yeah, somebody linked me some mushroom finding glasses.
Yeah, it made me wonder if I had like black tinted lenses or something, or I don't know how that would work. Or maybe you do something with the camera.
Whenever I make those
Camera
mushroom videos, everybody tells me I should find truffles. Like, do they even have those in Kentucky?
Yeah, they should, because it's a truffle grows off a certain. No, maybe no, because it's pine trees they grow on, I think.
We have pine trees. I have some in my backyard.
Well, yeah, then the problem is you have to find like a dog or train a dog that can smell them. I think that's how it works currently. It's either a pig or a dog that's specially trained and you can like sniff it out.
Oh yeah, I think it's a pig.
Like they want to eat it usually, so you have to like take it away from them before they get it. But some of the truffles, they die like really, like they expire quite quickly, so you have to like, once you harvest them, you have to sell it like immediately. And then it's very interesting around here too, because most areas, like, people have never seen any of the crystals. So they were doing some blasting, clearing like a logging road up past the garbage dump here, and they blasted into like a big sulfur scene. And I was like looking at the sulfur, and I was thinking like, fuck, I could make gunpowder. I could go get some charcoal, go mine some potassium over here with this other location I know, take some sulfur, grind it all up together. It's like, fuck, playing Minecraft. It makes me like one of these other gathering games. And then the weird thing too was World of Warcraft is realistic with its ores for the first early game. So like tin, you know, when you mine tin, you can find like
Bronze.
shadow gems, and when you can find malachite with copper.
Oh yeah.
That's how it is in real life. You mine, like, you know how when we play PoE, they had azurite. Azurite is a sulfide ore that you only find with copper. Not used as a fuel, but it's an actual real ore that exists. Yeah.
So you use sulfite to run the thing, and you find azurite. That's real shit.
It's
I
all
thought they
real
made
shit.
that shit
Yeah.
up.
They didn't make it up. It's real.
I knew sulfides was a thing, so it makes sense that sulfite would be a thing.
Yeah, sulfides, and you find sulfides mixed with like all the different minerals. Because a lot these minerals, they came out of like magma or volcanic molten rock chambers. So
It's
lava's
fucking
made up of
sulfur.
all these different minerals melted together. And then under great pressure, when it's forced to the surface through like a volcanic vent, it crystallizes with the temperature difference. So
Son of a bitch. I just killed this guy and I didn't pick up his head because I didn't have room. Gotta run all the way back up there before it despawns. Paul Belgar. No, I did get his paw. What the fuck? Oh, I got another guy I gotta kill. Chief Gennaro.
Make wool bags now.
That's pretty impressive, Austin. Using big words you couldn't tell time before. Like, you know what you're talking about.
Speak quickly.
Gonna burn through all this linen. Alright, I'm green. I gotta go for a day trainer. Guess I'll save some.
Burning linen, huh?
Let's use 2. About to start burning wool.
No, I need the wool. You want the bags?
Oh, I only need 1 more wool bag.
Oh, really?
I've been finding some in the wild. It's already got blue dye.
Really? Jesus, that's good.
Well, it's a leather bag.
Good. 9,
Is it 10 slot for
9.
wool?
8 slot.
Oh yeah, I got
9
8
wool
slots.
for an 8 slot.
Chief Belgar. So there's another dude over here. I wonder which one he is. What level or what area are you at, skills?
Crossroads, level 19.
Here, check this area out over here. It's dope.
Which area?
Tirisfal Uplands, it's called.
What is that?
It's just north of the starting zone for undeads. It's like I'm playing classic WoW, but I'm doing content I've never done before.
Oh, is that the Mandela Forest over there?
It's the Army of Lordorons up here. There's this level 18 elite knight on a horse. He's got 2 bodyguards next to him. There's another guy over here with like a hood with 2 bodyguards next to him. There's like a level 18
Go over there and
boss gnoll I killed. I like the hunter's mark. I'm right at the end and completely wasted.
do you plan to go to this store? I linked in the chat today. See if I can take some pictures of their inventory. Here's, like, they have some, you go to that website and then go to minerals. You can see, like, the smoky quartz they have. The ones they're selling are only, like, $25 or something like that. They're not, like perfect. But I ended up buying an ashtray that's made out of a fossil. That was kind of cool. I don't know if it's like, disrespectful to the mineral, but.
Yeah, there's a guy here who's watching my stream.
They had this mural, like, or this big picture, like a chunk of a, like, there was a bunch of petrified fish, but in a school fish, and they wanted like $1,000 for it or something. But I mean, if I had the money or something, or imagine if I found that myself, hang that on my wall. Maybe, I don't know. I wouldn't want it breaking. But the mountain ranges around here, when I was reading about it, is right where Penticton is, which is like a town south of me. It's right on the border of like two plates. So the ones on the west coast are all used to be under the ocean. So you'll find lots of like sea creatures when you're mining. Yeah. And then on the other side, it's the original mountains. You won't find any. You'll find like different types of rocks.
This guy with anathema in here, or benediction, whatever. He's on the stream watching. He's coming to give me rune cloth bags and shit. He's like, "Oh, you're hardcore."
Hardcore. You can't trade you then?
Nah.
No.
You didn't expect me to be such a badass.
Yeah, we'll see. You're only level 16.
Level 16. Hardcore.
Most people on that server don't get to max level or whatever, or what?
Not hardcore.
Need to like level 30 hardcore. That's what fucking achievement.
Creed. He about died.
Is there like a /2 for hardcore?
Probably. The thing I found the most, I think, around here is probably petrified wood. I don't really know if that's worth anything unless I can find a big
Look
ass.
at this guy. Look at him go. Fighting for his life. I don't know if he's hardcore or not. Maybe that's why he's just going in hard. Or like going in soft.
Not soft.
A lot of these gemstones that are in WoW are like real, like Tiger's Eye is an actual gemstone. I have some of those.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, pictures.
Yeah, sure.
We're gonna see some real tiger's eye, boys.
I had some when I was a kid.
What's Shadow Gem?
Wow.
Is that supposed to be something else, or is it one called Shadow Gem? You see, like something earlier that looked like bloodstone. Had red in it. Heavy armor merchant. How can non-hardcore people buff me? That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, they could buff you.
That better be good.
I think they can even heal you too.
When do I get a next arrow upgrade? with thistles. I have exactly what you need. Only, no, you can't have it. Roasted bone meats. I mean, it's pretty scary, but now you're a man, now you're a man. I'm all about sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Beep, 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 beep. Where are we at here? Crumble Down Tower, Thistlefall, Ravagers, and Shadowcasters. Crumble Point Tower. Crumble Point Tower. Well, that's not marked. Crumble Point Tower. Is it the one down here? I think it's one down here. Sir. How do I not have any bag room? I have so much fucking meat. These pigs eating their fucking meats.
Got a quiver.
I can make 16 lion's strength elixirs. Let's do that. Let's do that right now.
What does it
Hopefully
give you?
they don't
Strength?
stack in groups of 5. Yeah.
You don't use strength.
Yeah, but I can make the most of them and level up my alchemy the most.
What's your alchemy?
It's a thing I used to make potions. You mix chemicals together in jars.
Jar.
Make minor mana pots. Weak troll's blood. That heals you 2 health every second.
Yeah, those are pretty good to have up.
Let's go ahead and feed this piggy one more haunch of meat. And we'll make all of these ones.
What's your alchemy?
It's like a thing you do with chemicals. You mix them together and make potions out of stuff.
What level is your alchemy?
41. I had some empty vials. I can make it higher. Just gonna get some of them.
More plants.
Let me do one of these. Let me do one of these.
Or if you just farm silver leaf. Your little farm, you know, plantation.
I can't use stamina scroll because I have a level 60s fortitude buff overriding it. Now I'm a man, man, now I'm a man, man. Why can't I make long jaw mud snapper? I've got, oh, I already cooked this one. It's not raw at all. Now you're a fish. Now you're a fish.
Alright, there's pictures there. Let's take a picture with my phone. So there's like the lens in my hand there was a tiger's eye. They were polished. And pictures below that, there's the picture of that, what the rock tumbler looks like.
Oh shit.
Got a like bunch of Tupperware with like random crystals in it.
It says tiger's eye. Look at that, boys. And then we got the tumbler, and then we got the tumbly tumbles. That looks like some kind of fish meat.
Drill the fight.
Oh, that's not fish meat. That it's like broken crystals I found, and like that black stuff is the closest thing I have to meteorite. I think it's just a bunch of slag I found. That might be the remnants of meteorite. I'll take a better picture of that one.
You definitely got enough shit that you can do like some show and tell at schools and do little talks. And I don't know if they'd pay you for it. Then once one school sees it and then they start telling other ones, you get more business. Yeah. Where did I just... Oh, I just looted a tiger's eye. Oh, hell yeah. I'll just pull this one. Send that one there and pull this one.
I think it's pretty much all my stuff. Like, I mean, I've got 3 boxes on the ground. They're full of random shit. I mean, I was trying to have on my shelf like the nice pieces. So like that black chunk of ore, I think might be a meteorite. I found it while metal detecting. It was like, it's all melted. So it either might be a chunk of lava or something, or
So if I use my metal detector and I just find metal where it looks like it's just dirt, that's probably some kind of shit like that, you're saying?
yeah, you do. What you would do is you could, I don't know how expensive, like white vinegar or cleaning vinegar they sometimes call it, and a lot of the stuff that isn't metal will dissolve in that. So you could take that home and like wash it, just let it sit it overnight, a week in a bucket of like, white vinegar. Pull it out afterwards, and it'll be all cleaned off. Yeah.
I marinated my deer meat in that white vinegar shit.
No, just white vinegar is just pretty good at, like, it's an acid, right? So it'll remove like all of the staining from the crystals and like make them clean them up nice.
Softens up a tough old deer hide.
Yeah, like a lot of the times the sulfides will get eaten away by it, but like it'll leave behind all the metal. In that polished stone bin I have there is like a piece of lapis lazuli, like that purple one in the center is like amethyst. There's a lot of stuff. People, they step on it, they step over it every day, and they have no idea. If they actually knew what I did, they'd probably be making like hundreds of dollars a day. I guess then if everyone was doing it, then it would be worth it.
It's like those mushrooms. They're right here in a public park. People just walk right by them.
Yep, they have no idea it's like worth anything. Worth so many. Like in the game you're playing, when you come across an ore node on the surface, that's how you find like ore nodes in real life. But it's like, it's not just on the surface. There'll be like a whole vein it's connected to that goes like into the ground. And the reason mines were so, like, we have mines, you're always following the vein. Right? And that's why we do strip mining now, because it's too dangerous usually to mine. Because the seams that golds connect is like the quartz, but the quartz is like a glue that holds the rock together, and when you mine the glue out, obviously you're gonna have like the rocks fall on you. But man, it was an interesting experience, because you see in this they don't use dynamite, like it's like an old. I would hate to be a miner back then, because like most of the time nowadays they just either open pit mine with machines, or they drill and inject like TNT and blow the rock apart. But the old-fashioned miners had to mine like hard rock with just pickaxes and shovels, and like, backbreaking layer. I bought a pickaxe for like $50 from like Home Hardware, and I went up the mountain, and I mined for like 4 hours, and I removed like a cubic meter of material from the mountain, but fuck, I was tired after that. Like, the end of my pickaxe shattered because it was like really hard material I was mining.
Come on back, fuck.
So what do? You get into like a shaft and you start mining. What do you collect all the materials and go crush it somewhere and like sort it
Yeah.
out?
So there's like some interesting stuff. So there's a guy I still probably need to go buy this myself. But he was saying you could like, so he had a grinder, like a portable cordless grinder, and instead of putting like grinder bit at the end of it, he put like a little head part that's like a would hold the ore. And so what you would do is you break the ore into small enough chips that you would feed into this like little handheld machine. The grinder, he hooked it up to, I don't know, something else in there, and it just grinds up all the ore. It's like quartz is a hardness of 6, which is on par with like concrete durability. But if it's in small enough pieces and you have like steel ball bearings or steel is like hard, is 6.5, so it's harder than quartz.
I remember doing some of this in earth science. Like talc was the lowest.
Yeah, talc is like chalk, it breaks apart real easy.
It's almost like talcum powder, you know, like you use it in your hands or something.
Yeah, they mine talc just for that, like drywall's made out of jasper crystals. But it's really soft. Like I have some of those crystals in a bucket over here. They're like, I have to keep them in a plastic baggie and not let moisture get in it, because literally once moisture gets in there, like they'll just turn to dust. But they mine those. They mine like fiberglass is mined, and it's made out of crystals. Asbestos is made out of crystals. Yeah, a lot of these different ores are all crystals, but they're just like metallic crystals. It's weird because so many of these crystals, you can just heat them up to a certain, and they just melt. You know how crystal decanters, those are made out of, those are like,
Oh, they melt it like glass and then they refreeze it?
yeah. Glass is actually made out of like sand, but sand is like little, if you look on sand under a microscope, it's all like little pieces of crystals that are ground up.
Glass half empty.
Well, nowadays they use a lot of synthetic stuff. It's like laboratory based or whatever. But back then, like, that's why churches were always like full of gold and like stained glass, and only most like rich people had, you know, glass anything, because it all had to be mined and processed. If you threw a rock through like the window of like a rich person's house, that's probably why they would like put you to death. That window is probably worth more money than like your entire existence. Someone had to go find those perfect transparent crystals in the mountains and like carve them and shape them into glass panes. Like put them in place. See if I can find a picture of azurite crystal.
I'm glad he helped me with that after my pet died, because that would have sucked if he'd have let my pet live, and dumb bastard.
Then they've been learning about how there's like really rare crystals in some of these poor countries, and that's all these people do all day is they mine like crystals. You might get like purple jade or like one of these really rare jades. be able to sell it for instantly go from being poor to being like rich and have like luxury.
You ever heard that thing about the Royal Ancestors Seal of China or whatever? It gives you the right to be the Emperor of China, but they lost it. If anybody that finds it could be Emperor of China. It's like
I'm sure the government there won't just take it away from you.
It's like a super detailed jade seal.
I found some of this azurite on like a little rock on the surface, and that's how I found this deposit of crystal. I was like just following around and did a little digging here and did a few little prospect holes here and there, and essentially followed the material like up the mountain. And I found that it was like a quartz seam, and when I removed some of the material, it was like full of sulfides and crystal.
You ever watch that one where they get the gold out of the ocean? They got that boat with the...
Oh, the Chinese did that, yeah. There's like this... A lot of them have... They've seen a lot of flack because they say it's gonna like destroy the ecosystem, but like the Chinese don't care about the ecosystem of the ocean. So they're running like these huge underwater dredgers. They're vacuuming like all the sand off the seafloor. They're destroying like fish habitat and coral reefs and whatever else, but they don't give a fuck. They just want the gold, right? It's basically a giant sluice plant. Like I use those gold panning pans, right? But the boat is basically like one giant version of a gold pan, like a vacuum.
It's like when they get those sharks and just cut the fins off and dump the rest.
Yeah, they do that in China. They like do that to dolphins too, though. Like. Only cut off certain parts of the dolphin and then throw it all back.
So this guy over here, he's like Necromancer Reginald, level 20, and he's got like 218 guards. Cool shit over here. What was that? You ready to go level 21? Ooh. He got wrecked-de-wrecked.
There's this guy who died in hardcore and lost his character. I don't know.
Boom. Boom. Briarthorn. I wonder if I can farm that yet. I wonder where those guys are supposed to not. You can't do Briarthorn. Once I get to Bruiseweed, I'll just go down to that one spot. I know it's got tons of it.
Oh, he killed himself with a demonic rune by accident. Oh.
Demonic rune.
You're a
Wasn't
warlock.
paying
You don't know about
attention.
that?
What's a demonic rune?
It's like a regular rune, but there's some demonic energy. Demon is infused. It's
A
energy.
regular rune.
It's like a seagull.
Oh, he killed himself. Oh my goodness. So this hardcore player used the demonic rune, which uses your health to replenish your mana. He only had 40% health left, and he used it and it one-shot him and he died. Oh my god.
That's demonic, alright.
That's rough. The way he freaks out too, and he's like, I'd be upset too, but like, for him to be in the, for him to get to Searing Gorge and be like whatever level he's in already, it might be painful.
Yowzers. Tears Claw Shadowcaster. Where the fuck are those things at? I think they're up here.
Oh, yeah, you gotta be. This guy has Shift Q and Alt Q, and Shift Q is his demonic rune, and Alt Q is bandage. He fucking pressed the wrong button and murdered himself.
Fucking retard. That
For him to get to that level and be like so careless. Oh my god. I wouldn't even risk a demonic rune. Why would you put them on?
And your kill yourself buttons right on the same
on the same hotkey, basically.
When you're
What?
super low on health, you kill yourself.
What in the fuck?
I guess he was thinking once for health, once for mana.
But it's so easy to fuck that up if you're just like not paying
Yeah,
attention.
If you're
Is it-
panicking, you're doing, yeah.
well, because it seemed like he survived for so long as a warlock and got to this point where, like, he's got his health stone on like shift 4, which it's just, I wouldn't put anything like that on any bar anywhere. I probably wouldn't even use a demonic rune. I know
I
that,
got life tap on you.
like, if you got life tap, I mean, I might even not even use life tap just because it's so like risky.
Nah, it's alright.
I don't know. You were playing as a warlock, right? But I don't know. I never really played warlock. I just played like, I played through classic as a priest. Did TBC as a priest. That was amazing. Played through as a rogue. Like, that's another thing, T2. If we were all rogues, it'd be like, you make so much money even if you can't use the auction house because you could just pickpocket like all of these. When I would run around, I'd pickpocket all these humanoids. They're like low level than me. Then they would drop like satchels, and the satchels would give their money, and they would have like random garbage trays that would sell for this amount. You get
How
lockboxes,
good is money if
and
you
then
can't use the auction house? So
what?
how good is money if you can't use the auction house?
Well, you still hardcore. You have to be able to buy like stuff from vendors, right? The one thing too is when you can pickpocket, you find lockboxes, and those lockboxes have a chance to have like epics in them, like Crawlblade. So I ended up pickpocketing my own Crawlblade, went to BRD, and I would pickpocket the neutral NPCs, and then they don't go hostile because they're neutral. As long as you don't do the arena, and then, so I just stealth in, stealth out, like reset the instance over and over again. And my inventory would be full of these little lock boxes, and I crack them open. They would give me random greens and blues, and so hypothetically, I guess you could, maybe I could be a rogue enchanter, like, because I would get all these like greens from pickpocketing. Oh, that's a shame. This is some shit. I'm gonna have to like research how to play classic, hardcore, and plan everything out.
One key feature of hardcore you gotta remember is don't die.
Well, that's one thing too, but is you get to plan out like all your quests. You'll be like, okay, I'm gonna do this quest, so I'm gonna go to like these areas. Like T2's been running around to different areas where there's other people already kind of cleared all the raptors out, where it's like to pick up this stolen
Yeah, if
silver
they ever
quest.
get them respawn. Some of them respawn real fast. Like the
Yeah.
Scarlet Crusade guys, they'll kill you.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. T2, what I'd be doing right now is cannibalizing these gnolls. Get your health back. They're humanoids. It's free health right there. Cannibalize is like one of the best skills because it replenishes like percentage of your health.
Got too many cooldown. I ain't really missing any yet.
I'd pop it every cooldown.
There's a boss up at the top of that hill I gotta kill, but he's like got level 19s and shit on the way there.
Yeah, I'd be careful. I'm just saying, like, when I would play through just classic normally, I would always, as an undead rogue, I was constantly like, and I think you can cannibalize while you're stealth, perhaps too. Just like feeding on all these corpses that people would leave behind. I think it works on players in PvP as well.
Somebody research the add-ons, figure out which ones we can get for this server, if we can.
I'm not sure.
Put the big zip file with like most of them on there. You can do that.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one of these. Butcher Reeves. Pestering the Pester Hive. Steep Cliff Port. Yeah. Corn Farm. Okay. So I don't have a turn down here. Who's Logosh? Logosh makes a rude gesture at me. Who the fuck is Logosh?
Oh gosh.
You make a rude gesture at me, motherfucker. I'm streaming. Think of the children. He's 23 Arc Shaman. What the hell? You're son of a bitch. Get back here, god damn it. Oh gosh. There's a little group of guys here. Separation. Oh, they gonna fight this big motherfucker. Let's see this. Wait, where's he at? There he is. Level 18, Remnants Knight, Elite. We just went right on in there, didn't give a fuck. Level 23 and 18 Elite. Level 20 Elite. Y'all about to die, motherfuckers. Oh shit, he retaliated on him. What the hell? Got a priest and a warrior doing some work, and they feared him. Or one of them was about to die and walked off to get more. Look at the damage he's putting out. The level 23? What the fuck? What was that? Thunderstomp? I do respect the female troll choice. They don't have that crooked back shit, but you can be a troll. And he's just wanding them down now, and they got them all. Holy fucks. Well, I wonder what's in this castle. Let me go in here with him. Maybe old hardcore T2 make a mistake and get his ass whooped. Maybe there's more than one elite in here. Oh, there's a regular 15 Alliance guy. Oh, this is Alliance Town. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I got this boy, yo. I got him. Wait, whoa. No, I don't. I don't got him. Not at all. Shot through the hole. Chat disconnected, what? But why? Why? Stream still going? Oh shit, is my internet down? Oh fuck. Discord, anybody? Can you hear me?
No.
Shit.
No, seems fine. I'm watching the stream.
Oh, okay.
We got a hyena?
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go. If I go left, I go south. Yeah, because I got 3 more shadow casters. No, they're the other way. I'm so confused. Let's go this way. Now I'm a man. Man. Now I'm a man. I'm a man. Yeah. Well plays. Chat is back up. What's this guy on?
What is it?
Strike them down. What am I supposed to strike down? Great Paw Wolves. What the fuck are those things? Alright, kill that level 20. Jeez. You're asking too much of me. I need to get to Undercity. Post haste. This little claw. Nope, and then there are shadow casters. Cauldron stirrer on my back. Gonna be some shit with a hunter. Whack. Stick, stick, stick. Gonna pop 'em in the face. My dog will kick your ass in a race. Whack 'em. I keep hearing this like wolf howl sound that I've heard on like a lot of these Alaska shows before. Woo! Remember that one? I hear that all the time on was it
I think it's
History
just
Channel
stock.
or
Yeah. Just some stock audio clip. Oh no way! Oh, I just watched somebody fucking die.
are they hardcore though?
I think so.
They leave a gravestone or a body?
Oh no, never mind. It's soft. Die.
Shadow Wand?
Don't kill me, level 23 elite.
Guess I'm gonna throw away
Sounds
some
like a good idea.
clan meat. For this, which is intellect spirit belt. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that one. Throw this one away and I'll loot this one. Now I have a fucking wand, boys. I'm a wizard now. Man, I've been up for a long time. I'm starting to smell my crotch, and it has a sweet, funky funk to it. Don't like it. I need to take a shower. Gonna start getting WoW zits. Head of the pack leader Sharn. It's like 5 turns by ambushers and scabbard. Oh, he must be the guy in the cave. There's a dynamite. Where's this guy's wife at? It's supposed to be down here somewhere. Duchess Gorilla in her manor. Oh, this is what they call a manor. Oh, first nature. Hello.
Lady, watch over you.
Gotta learn something.
I'm listening. Our time.
Farmers Militia.
Dark Lady watcher.
Garrick Stead. Bing, 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 bing. Why can't I? Some of these quest trackers are broke.
Right.
feel like I've been 16 a long time. Been doing a lot of quests. Only 5 stars in. Fuck. My pig can eat cheese, can he? I'll save this for him. Really need a second person up here for this.
Just got a quest to go to the sepulchre. Sepulchre. Oh shit. Dude, I got a turtle. Get a turtle.
You got a pet turtle?
Yeah. Turtle.
Fuck me. God damn it. You gotta throw away shit every time. What can I throw away? 2 peace blooms. That guy right there, he's a big boy. Let's locate him. Okay. So I'm gonna go this. I'm gonna go this. I'm gonna run. And I'm gonna get ready. I'll hit him 5. I'm gonna attack him here. I'm missing a lot. Mending pet, mending pet, mending pet. Shit. Fuck the cheese. Throwing away the cheese. Fuck the wolf meat. I've got to get some bigger bags. break them down. Oh, this one? No.
Pets. We got an olive one and a leather bag.
One more ambusher. Let's give this guy some fucking meat. Need you some. He doesn't like fish. You picky bastard. Eat spider legs. Oh, there you go. Eat you some spider legs there, bud.
That's right, bros.
Oh shit. Big old crits. Oh, he is still sad. Why are you so sad? Why are you a sad boy? Are you a sad boy? Oh. That pig's way better. He can charge. I guess it's the only other thing he can do. This one can't claw, he can't charge, he can't do shit.
He has no abilities.
Other than looking like a Nathanos Black Collar dog.
Somewhere online they had a list of all the pets, what abilities they come with, and which ones they can learn. So sometimes you gotta like learn one that has an ability, so you can teach it to your other pets who are able to learn them.
Stamina hammer.
Incentivizes you to switch up the pets.
You don't need a Shadow Wand, do you? 10.4 DPS?
Nah. 17.
Jesus. How old were you?
19, almost 20.
Jesus. Because I took a break and made some breakfast?
Maybe. I mean, I fell asleep for a while.
I got some linen if you want.
Oh, okay.
I'm probably teleport to Undercity here if I don't have any another turn in. Volgren.
This Ragefire Chasm quest kind of turned green on me. Here and that kind of stuff.
Volgren, is he in here? It's not this guy. Who the fuck is Volgren? Is he like down at the... Okay, I think I know where he is. Leader of the pack. Wah, 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 wah. I don't know. Oh, yeah, I know where Chief Gnarl is. I just can't get there yet. Eat some more powders. You don't like a powders? He's a good powder leg. Crispy. Got a little bit of hair on it, but you're a dog. You like hair on your food. He's a small spooder. Oh, there he is. I need to go to bed. I'm gonna do this tonight for 12 more hours, so I need to go to bed. Wait, tomorrow, what is today? Today's Sunday?
Monday.
Monday today.
Fuck.
You have work or something?
No, Sunday night's when they pick up the trash. I've been using my neighbor's trash can because the building's for sale and nobody ever uses it, so I just sneak my trash in there and put it out and let them take it.
That's funny. I don't know, when did you just,
I'm listening.
you don't want your dog getting into you. Maybe you should, like, if you could manage to find somewhere like a dumpster and drag it home, a truck or something. Just use that.
I've got a dumpster. There's.
Most dumpsters have wheels, right?
I mean, it's just, I'll sit on my back porch till next week. That's what I do anyway. I do that for like 3 months sometimes.
You probably don't have any bears to worry about or anything.
Let's see what we got over here.
Oh boy.
Swift thistles. Spring waters. Pumpkin seeds. Earth roots. Where are you at right now?
Crossroad.
Crossroad.
Skittles.
Meet you at the crossroad.
Oh, I don't know, man. I'm wondering. I should play. It looks like this new video I was watching. Looks like they actually might come up with classic.
Where's the first aid trainer in Undercity?
Like, I kind of want to play hardcore now, but at the same time, like, I don't want to because playing classic was kind of like full of idiots. Girls stole it, stood in fire all the time, but
Hardcore.
Are you scared? I don't even want to play WoW, so I don't mind if I die because that just means I get to stop playing WoW.
oh, but then I don't know. You've got more people watching you play this than you have in some other last little while.
Yeah, I'm just doing them a favor. I don't get any benefit out of it. It's not like they're donating me money. I'm not going to get paid for this.
Oh,
It's a good excuse to drink my booze.
Send the money, boy. Send the money.
yeah. So
Oh, look at this book dealer over here. Big book boy. Dealing the big book deals. He's got a bunch of scrolls. That ain't no book. Look at this shelf. All over the place. He's got them sideways, diagonal, on top of shit. Disorganized as fuck. How you do a bookshelf? Draconic for dummies, huh? Rixoranz, Yinkil Maladas, Iltechar, Karkul.
Typical.
I mean, the game that came close to this was Portal Online 2. Had it so when you die, you drop all your items. And, like, getting back to your corpse was a big pain in the ass.
$5.
Take a shot.
I don't have my shot glass in here. Where's my shot glass?
Drink it out of the
There it is.
bottle.
Damn, take it straight out of the bottle.
Cocaine. That's a lot. free shit.
The problem with that, the game was kind of hardcore, you know. It was, I guess it was good rap. People could kill your horse, which was your mount, I guess. Well, it was like, I don't know. It makes me wonder when people make some of these MMOs how they manage to like get investors to invest in a company that have such a bad idea.
Who am I looking for here? This guy.
Like it did interesting things. Like remember T2 with Rogers trying to sell you on Mortal Online 2? He was trying to tell you about it, how you could make a fat page.
Oh
More
yeah,
fat.
the size matters and stuff.
Yeah. More fat you had meant the more intellect you had, and like constitution was like health or something. If you maxed it out as like one of the dwarf races, you would be like morbidly obese and you're over encumbered and like you could barely move. And then they would ride horses or mules, and then they'd be mages, because they're like so fat. That makes them the more powerful their spells are. And that was so stupid, but at the same time, it was like amazing. I called them wheelchair mages.
Is it like Game of Thrones? They had those palanquins they would ride around in.
Yeah, something like
People
that.
carry.
There was all these like special like hybrid class, which is like meta, right? So if you weren't them, you were gonna get your ass kicked. But the game was essentially hardcore, or RuneScape in a way, where if you die, you drop like all of your shit, and anybody can come up and like take it. So I was playing with Rogers. Mortal Online 2. I bought it. Rogers bought it, and I was playing with Rogers for like a month with it. And you know, we first started off in that game, and I made a character that was like he had a spear. He had like his head specced into horse riding. Rogers made a dwarf.
Spear and shield.
I think it was a dwarf ranger or hunter or something.
Doggy's mad at me. He is not.
It was like playing DayZ again, because we were riding our little horses, and the horses have stamina, and you can see people in the distance, and like, oh fuck, I don't know if these people want to murder us. So we're like actively trying to sneak around and like only cross the desert at nighttime, and like we have to avoid mobs, but we also avoid like people that might be watching us. And the map was fucking huge. There was banks in all the capital cities or whatever, but they weren't connected. And whatever you put in that bank stayed in that bank. And there was auction houses as well.
Yeah, that's how New World was.
What's up with the store?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I wonder if there's anybody left playing in it. It kind of was a shitty
Yeah, it's got like a little fan base. I like play this too. What are you doing, T2? Anything specific?
Heading to the Burns.
My one makes me wonder if I don't really want to buy the game again, like gift it to T2 because it's cost money. But I don't know. I wish it didn't cost like $45. If it was like free or something.
I don't think my pet likes this food. He'll eat it, but he don't like it. Give him some hamburger.
There could be some better food now, maybe.
I'm feeding him spider legs, like raw spider legs.
Ew.
You will eat what I cook you!
I think anything that's cooked has like a better value.
Oh, he's happy now. I gave him one of these
Oh, you're talking about
spicy wolf meats.
I thought he's giving his dog fucking spider leg.
Yeah,
Fire farm.
Spider pig, spider pig.
Wait, so who is Jason on that pod?
Who's a what now?
Nobody knows? No, the guy that's in Discord with us still.
Oh, yeah, I've been creeping this whole time. Never said a word.
He's FBI agent, like AI, just like transcribing everything we say to a notepad.
Okay.
No problem. I was talk about our ArcheAge days, so that was good. So Rogers owns property. One Valley. T2. Yeah, I don't think he or T2 owned any land. But we needed help. Rogers. He had stuck like a bunch of cheese wheels on, hidden them up in the mountain. And then me and T2 like had to take these cheese wheels down from the mountains and put them on a ship and take them to like sell them. While we were there, there's these people like trying to pirate our ship and steal our cheese wheels. Like, remember they were all harpooning our boat, trying to drag us out of the safe zone.
Oh, is it on ArcheAge?
Yeah. I mean, it was crazy adventures when we played that game. What I really loved about it, I wish maybe T2 would have made more videos on it, was it's kind of one of those weird Korean games that are hard to understand, and they have all these like weird progression paths.
Yeah, like weapons, you gotta upgrade it, and it has a chance to fail and go down and up and down and up until
I hate
eventually
that
it goes
stuff,
up
the
and
star
up and up.
system.
Yeah, it took forever, and like you could brick it. It wouldn't go like sometimes after a certain point, like the weapon would essentially perma-break itself.
Yeah.
And so having the best items in the game were like is really rare. But we found a way to do that. It was hard to make money in the game, and they're like all the rare shit was like really expensive or really rare. So
I remember on ArcheAge, like I hit level 60, and then there was like this grind you had to do. Like,
Yeah,
stay in
huge
this area,
grind.
and then you got like a main weapon. And then I got that main weapon, and I was like, man, this game's trash. It's so good.
yes, I was part of a guild
Play
back
the
then,
underground
and
mining.
I fucking hated that. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I would have done that stuff. It seemed like this like exploration in the sea was more fun.
Yeah, so
Anything in the mainland was trash.
Yeah, everything in the mainland was trash, for the most part. So Skittles found that secret place. We built all that shit. So that kind of saved us. We were like, because still people in the world would have. The best explaining it, okay, is you had to spend this labor resource that you, and if you're free to play like us, it like
Yeah, you get
regenerated
less.
really slowly. And if you paid, which eventually I think we did pay, but you could farm gold to buy like an item
Yeah,
yourself,
initial
like,
grade.
kind of like the WoW token or whatever, Apex as they call it. But it was also a currency to buy stuff from the cash shop, which kind of had overpowered shit on it. And they had like some glitches. Like one of the glitches was you could buy this chest from the cash shop. You put it in your inventory, and when you open it, you would have a chance to get like a certain item, right? But smart people figured out if you filled your entire inventory with like all items, so every slot is full, except for the one item you get from the chest normally off its loot table. When you go to open it, it'll say your inventory is full. But if you spam click it, eventually it'll keep like, going through the possible abilities, and it would give you like one of the items. You could like force it. That's why this Korean MMO was kind of bad, because they knew they had these like issues, right? And so people would just like translate patch notes of the Korean and just like exploit anything and everything that wasn't like patched, because it was like, you know, they know that we were running off some sort of a patch for some sort of content patch, right? But they wouldn't fix any of the bugs in that content patch when they give it to like the Americans.
So I ever play Geological?
A little bit, but it died too, right?
Yeah, it died quick, but that game was really fun. Especially like the guild bases that you could like own.
Have a good one.
I really enjoyed some of these games, but like, the problem is that some of the communities just either died or became extremely toxic. Like, Rust is full of hackers, but everyone's super toxic. They kill on sight.
What about like the craft chest? There's a game called Rosh or like something like that. Drop it up.
How do you
think
get on
so.
top of this game?
I pretty much played everything. Like, me and T2 went and played all these fucking games.
Yeah, those games were fun.
Think
Kind of
about
like Diablo and
ArcheAge. I know I played it for 4 months, Because you had to get that mounted, you had to have like log in 30 days in a row for 4 months or something to get all the tokens that you needed to buy.
Yeah, well, how
You
much did
played
you
longer
play
than
with?
me.
Because we
I played
played.
only for like a month and a half.
And when I did play it, I would play it on 2 clients because I had like a one character where they had one boat, one character had the other boat. I had to like follow each other around. I was alt tabbing constantly, like doing. I was playing 2 characters at the same time.
Yeah, you're going hard.
So generally, like when we were playing with, I like to just go explore, and you could steal stuff that wasn't on like someone's land. You could go into the mountains because there's a lot of like land in here that had just forest.
Yeah, that
stuff
was
in
so
it.
fun. Yeah, you could mark your stuff.
And I
You're
would
like out of
spawn
bounds. Like wow. Like
out of bounds
area.
in these weird out of bounds areas. That's why Rogers found a valley in the mountains where there's this zone above, right on the border where we were living, this peaceful area. I don't know, like they had a bunch of birch trees in the valley or something. But on the other side of the mountain, there was like this dragon valley or something. These giant bones everywhere.
Oh yeah.
It was like a high-level zone, but he had to have the cheese wheels be in that zone, cure, go through the, like the cooking process. But
Yeah, that's a really good system. Because you also need the labor points to even harvest.
You hauled it up a mountain on a boat with a grappling hook.
yeah, you have a
That's
grappling
really
hook
cool.
in front of your boat. This is before the patch where like boats would take damage from like the ground and stuff. And so you shot this harpoon up the mountain, dragged the cheese wheels we had on our like backs and like whatever we had on the boat, dragged all the way to the top of the mountain, and then there was all these weird valleys that are kind of the out of bounds zones. They had water in them and stuff. We hiked down these like little mountain passes with donkeys to get them to like a location where we could set them up hidden in the mountains where no one found them for like weeks. They took like 3 weeks to cure or something.
Yeah, that's always fun. We'd always like write stuff like write our names.
You'd
and-
find just a random
plants
lemon
and
farm
stuff.
out in a place that looks like you shouldn't be able to get to it.
Yeah, that was fun. That was
Plant
really
stuff
fun
on
about
the
arcade.
free land.
Hidden mountain cheese. What?
Mountain
Oh, yeah.
cheese.
So the one thing we had was like, T2 wanted to build like a submarine. That was what we were kind of aiming for. But he needed, like, you probably remember it better, T2. What was the things you had to have? Like, you had all these like aprons.
Oh, you had to like construct 3 or 4 different things separately and then put those things together. There was like a air blower to blow the sand off the bottom of the ocean, and there was like a propeller, I think, to make it move, and then there was a scanner to like scan for shipwrecks. You had to like put all these things together.
So
You had to use like an alchemist for one part of one thing and a machinist for part of another thing or whatever. Like different people you had. Like you couldn't do it all yourself. You had to have people you would contact. And
Yeah. It's all resource based and how much stuff you can hold.
then when you did finally get to use it, it wasn't really very good because you still have to like loot all this shit and get it to the island and walk it in there without getting killed.
I just thought it was always dope. You'd be up on a mountain, you see someone with a donkey, just like
couldn't do
glide
anything
down to them and
sneaky.
just fucking jump.
Whenever you try to like get a shipwreck, it
It's
would say,
amazing.
"Hey, server, there's some guys getting a shipwreck up here. Maybe go attack them now."
Yeah.
What? Somebody just found a 100
Also,
gold
it was
Miranda
like
statue.
streamers, too.
What?
You like
Oh,
get up on the
here's
mountain
where he is.
before
Here's
they
his
take off, fly
coordinates.
onto their boat, take everything they had.
So yeah, it was one of these systems where if you found a shipwreck, it would tell everyone your coordinates. Well, like right where you were, and it got to the point where I had the same thing. I didn't get a shipwreck, but I found like one of those statue torsos. You found one of those ship torsos before, and when you turn it in to the port, you get
It's like 100 gold, 1,000 gold, or something like that.
yeah. And it happened to me, but I was in such a horrible place to be. No one fucked with me. So Rogers came and picked me up with his galleon, and I hid in the crow's nest at the top of this huge ship and stealth mode because I was like a rogue / like wizard hybrid, and my stealth mode just makes me invisible for like forever. But it was like this. Well, the area was like where this big kraken is, and there's all these like whirlpools and shit everywhere, and and it's just like stormy, and it's basically, if you take any ship through there, you're going to have a terrible time, because there's like a current system where like, if you get stuck in a current in your ship, you're just gonna get like thrown around. So I was surprised that Rogers even managed to come and like pick me up, because it was such like a oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. My heart was like beating out of my chest. It was like, this thing could have been worth like 1,000 gold, which normally fucking hard to make any money in that fucking game.
It was so close to being like a perfect game, because you know how I always wanted like a One Piece game where you have a pirate ship and one guy's a navigator and makes maps, and one guy sees the wind currents and the water currents and stuff.
Yeah, because that game
like,
was...
when it does say, like, there's a guy looting a ship and here's his coordinates, you gotta figure out, like, how far away am I? How long is it gonna take them to loot all the chests? They're gonna go north, west, east, or south. You gotta, like, guess which direction they're gonna go and how far they could go by the time you meet up with them, and, like, not aim for where it says they are, where you think they're gonna be. So it's like, it's got some elements that are close to being, like, what we was one.
How many knots is he selling at? That's like the cool stuff, because like you'd have the little speedy ships, you have the little rowboats.
That was the thing, you
stuff.
could modify your ship. They had a system where different pieces of the ship were like different quality, you know how like loot is, and that would cause you to go like faster, or like your sail.
That sounds really fun. I didn't get to do the boat stuff at all.
I'm in Ratchet now, if you want to sled.
The boat stuff was really, I really enjoyed it. You could sail around. The problem, I joined the pirates. When I was playing with T2, that was a different server. I think it was like Unchained we played or something. When I first
never played re-releases.
When I was first playing the release, I was in this like We Are Legend guild, which is like this streamer guild. But I just wasn't one of those guys that just fall in line like NPC. I wanted to do my own thing. So I was hanging out with the pirates, and they saw that it like people on the server who played this Korean game were really like mad if people pirated anything. Like I ended up, because in the game, which was really unique, one of the capital cities, you could do a quest for a bounty hunter quest where you actually are a bounty hunter on. They had a bounty hunter system in the game. So if you went off and stole too much shit from people and killed too many people PvP, then when the next time you die, when you're on land, you'll be sent to the prison, and then you had to wait a trial, and then your own peers get to vote if you're guilty or innocent, and it shows all of your crimes like listed. People can review your crimes, how much you stole, what you stole, where you stole it from, how many times you killed people, or assaults where you just attack someone and don't like kill them. And I got 52 hours in prison for stealing like thousands of dollars of like gold worth of shit.
You're a real life criminal.
Oh yeah, those people were like, I came across this, someone was growing some sort of mushroom in like the hills above a certain city. It took forever for me to get up there with a glider, and then there's like jump attacks and different spells you could use right to move around. And then the ocean is fucking massive. So the ocean wasn't just like a desert or an empty nothingness. It was like you had all sorts of things all over the place. So like when me and T2 were exploring the ocean, the way it worked is if someone PvP'd you on the surface, your ship would actually sink to the bottom and it wouldn't despawn. It would stay there.
This is what I was hoping Sea of Thieves was going to be for years.
Yeah.
And it just never made it quite that far.
And so this Korean MMO already did this like, a few years ago, where like so T2 would go and explore the bottom of the ocean all the time, and sometimes you'd be able to like find. Like for me, what I would do was when I PvP people, I had a really fucked up build. I was like a wizard, but I could trap people in like a CC. What I could do like a death grip type pull. So what I'd do is I'm underwater, and I'd cast like underwater breathing on myself. Then someone, if they're in their fishing boat above me, shit, like chilling. I wait till they fished. Like there was a mini game where you could do fishing, and if you caught me some of these really big fish, you could turn them in for a lot of gold. I would like death grip them underwater, like 500 feet underwater, because it was like really deep. I see them, so they're now like trapped underwater and they're gonna drown. Like by the time they break out of my CC and try to get to the surface, they're gonna drown. And there was like these, you could get underwater breathing helmet and like flippers, but it was all like rare kind of shit. Most people didn't fuck around with any of the water-based swimming. They just, so many people missed out on
Tell
how
them about
much
the
money.
combat being unbalanced.
Combat was so unbalanced. And
Yeah, that's why I quit.
yeah.
I was like dueling people. I was like, all right.
If you're just like staying in your own ship and shooting your cannons, it's fine. But if you jump ship to ship and just start killing people, it's like just got one shot.
Everybody loves the one-shot mechanic, right?
I was like, I played as like an overpowered build my first time around. I think when we played with T2 and we were doing like, we played as dwarves, and dwarves had like already had an OP like turned us into a mech or something, and we had mech abilities. Or we didn't turn into a mech. We think we just jumped in like a mech. But it's like basically free damage, and you could just beat the shit out of people. Like we were killing people as we were leveling up, like level 20, killing level like 40 people who were like wearing good gear. So T2 does all this stuff. We make the submarine or whatever. Both of us find statue pieces. Like we're making money, but the problem was that other people like caught on, and other people we kept running into different guilds who were like, you'd find a ship wreck and then they'd immediately show up and like attack us, kill us, sink our ship, steal our fucking shipwreck from us.
That's why I kind of had fun with the underwater scavenging thing, because I'd get plates and bowls and like weird treasure, like vases and shit, and you put in your house, but it's not really. I guess it may be worth something if somebody wants it, but.
That's what I liked about a New World for a minute. Like you decorate your little house, like your house was instanced, and like people could vote on
There's some kind of epic recipes or epic something.
These ones, they were plots of land, so like.
Yeah, I fucking hated that shit.
But the thing is, it was like all the guilds had mostly bought up all the shit, but the interesting thing was like.
First serve, and then if you couldn't pay for it, then you could maybe transfer it
well,
down.
sometimes you could like. So what had happened is I was living with a friend of mine that I met in the game, and then I had built the starter ship from just like wood that I had stolen from my like chopped down, or like grew the cotton on my little tiny plot of like. There's like a little tiny bit of free land you can get. So I was like really poor. I remember running packages down, like a lot of people, I watched them take this really long ass route, like a road, to get to like the next location, and I just took the rowboat like down the river with my package down on my back. It was like the fastest route to the ocean. I was like, then people finally like caught on, like, oh, that looks like it's good.
Yeah. I really like that about ArcheAge. It was really cool to see like people like transferring resources on their back and stuff, using the donkey and stuff.
Well, I was using that, and then you could use this. You could play a flute. And there's different songs. People could write their own sheet music.
Yeah, yeah, that was fun.
There was a music skill, and there was also a language skill, so you could learn the other races' languages and like talk to the horde essentially.
Yeah,
they should have made it where like if you spend 30 minutes transferring a pack and putting it on a boat and all that stuff, somebody could just sit at the turn-in spot and just wait till you get there. It's too easy.
Yeah, it's
if they had to like harass you and like wear you down over time, it'd be a little bit more fair.
You still revolt, though. You gotta get your boys to pull up, fucking air it out.
You still playing Duolingo? Learning all the languages?
I don't know.
In the game, you would have to go to an instructor and like.
They changed the way it works. You can't just branch off into 2 or 3 different ways. You gotta go straight down the line now. But once you get like epic or whatever, then I don't think you can replay the lessons because I've kind of forgot some of them. I need to go back and like relearn some. What does this guy got? Big old world ender sword. Or
it's the priest guy posted something. I thought that was insane when he was telling us all about Mormonism earlier.
Oh, what? Somebody was in here talking about Mormon?
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
like
Yeah,
Mormon
suit.
priest.
Oh, really?
religion just sounds like Santa Claus to me.
Well, when he was describing it, I don't think he believed half of it, like the things he was saying. And he's like, well,
Said I just got baptized just to see if something would happen, and then it happened.
yeah, that was his whole thing with how religion got him.
Well, they just talk to like some weirdos. Like some of them, like remember that guy who said he was like a psychopath or something? Because he believes in God, he's not gonna do that anymore. Like,
Yeah,
why?
that's what guy know in real life.
Well, that's just not how it works. I think it's retarded.
He said he even had
That's what I was about
somebody
to say.
at a college in the science labs, and they were trying to combine Ebola and Kudu virus and like tune it to his DNA where he could have it and not get sick, but he could like give it to all these prostitutes he's sleeping with and just spread it like the plague, like Jim Jones or some shit.
Somebody's been watching a little bit too much Resident Evil here.
So he's like a David Koresh, like psycho mass murderer. But he found Jesus and now it's all good.
That sounds like
Doesn't
he
want
made
to do
all
it
that
anymore.
up. It's like a very elaborate story instead
Hope he
of
doesn't
just
change
being
his
like,
mind. So we're all gonna die.
I thought the whole thing about being a psychopath is that you can't stop it. Like, you have no control. I don't think that's how that works.
That's how strong Jesus' love is, brother. Let me tell you the good news.
Oh, man, please do.
He has risen.
He said he had all these parties and stuff, and the police would show up, and then they would just leave because some kind of force would make them leave. And he said he didn't get in trouble one time,
That
like
guy
a bunch
is
of stuff.
schizophrenic.
And he went
That very well could be what it is.
He joined the military, and because he joined the military, the judge had to like get rid of all these things on his record or something because they wanted him in the military. He became like a
I
medic.
told you all this, so it's probably
Yeah.
some elaborate lie.
Yeah, I've met some dudes that'll tell you like a tall tale here in Kentucky. So they like some serious hillbilly schizophrenic people.
He did say he was like
They'll literally tell
multilingual.
you that they shot the sheriff yesterday.
Said he knew
I
like
try to
7
screenshot
languages.
everything I
and
do. have
He would
pictures
reference
and
like
that,
Aleister
but-
Crowley books and stuff. He sounded like he knew what he was talking about.
I watched a
Yeah, I mean, it
documentary
sounds
about him
legit,
the
but
other day.
it's just BS, right? It's fucking BS.
Pretty much most of
Honestly,
like
some
the
of them
Crowley
like to lie
stuff.
to you to see how you react.
Have you ever seen that guy? He's like a Japanese magician. He'll pull like bread out of thin air on YouTube. He'll put his hand up and
No.
a
It's
whole
like-
long loaf of bread will come out. He thinks those are like, they're not magicians. They're actually like demonically possessed. The demons are doing that.
Alright, he's got a point.
And his wife was like, she came up to her like she totally agrees with him. They're both like on the same page about it.
Those
Yeah.
people shouldn't be allowed to vote or have children.
Well, I
I've
wonder
seen an
if
optical illusion.
a lot of stuff is optical illusions.
All of it's
like-
editing, I think.
Yeah, that too.
The one where he like has some ramen noodles and he like freezes it and he
And
lifts it up in the air and
everything
hovers it
that is
and
not
makes it
in
come
real
back
life is
normal
AI.
again.
Kind of like if you don't see it in like in front of you. But that's the other thing I was saying earlier, where like religion doesn't work on autistic people. It's like unless you show me like proof or like some sort of.
Well, religion's like really personal. No,
Yeah.
it's something that you do
Like,
yourself.
I've been told like at least when I go and read like main things like autistic people have like low empathy and like they're bad at like social relationships, so they're not vested in the same way that other people are. Like,
Yeah, I don't think those dudes really convert anybody. Honestly, it's really like something that you gotta personally think about.
Well, I've had like relatives that are really religious, where they're like, oh my God, you're not religious. Oh, they start crying like, when I go to heaven, I won't see you.
Well, they're just
anymore."
weak though.
They're like weak, like where it's just like, okay,
I thought I loved you. Oh.
Yeah, they just got like emotional problems. Like,
Yeah, where they
ideas or
just
something.
like,
Yeah,
where did
I
we
mean,
go wrong?
also, especially like people
Where did we lose
from like
you?
generations ago, they're just like
He's not a Christian.
really out of touch.
Or that wife swap woman. That's from like when I very
Yeah,
first
basically
started.
every person on TLC really out of touch with
He's
life
not a
and
Christian.
crazy, emotional.
Old wife swap was fantastic.
Oh boy, people are something, huh?
Oh, it's like Mithril from down here.
Well, I brought up to that Mormon guy earlier how it says in the Bible, like, faith is a gift. Not everyone has the ability to believe. And I don't think you like that very much.
Faith is belief in evidence or something without evidence, so it's like not useful at all.
Well, it's kind of like being a
Hope for
bark,
things
right?
not
You
seen
say a
or
little
something.
prayer, maybe it does something, maybe it doesn't. Especially if you're like fucking struggling in a war or something.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been like,
Hey, I'd rather like read a positive something when I'm about to like fucking die than
Or
just
is
be
it
like,
Discord
oh, I'm just
question
gonna be
on?
negative.
well, generally, what I'm just thinking is like, you don't have to
Talking about, man.
like have a religion.
We're talking about life, man.
Oh, he's back.
Anyway, no, I see that. So there's one thing I'm just like, what I don't like about a lot of religions are like, unless you worship our God, you're a bad person or something. You know?
Yeah, those type of people, they're probably not even really religious.
It's always
They're
us
just
versus them.
some sort of
divisive.
other type of religious
My
person.
words. It's best not to
I've
talk
talked to
about
some old lady
people
once
when
and
they're not
I'm like, are
here,
you a good
'cause then you
person
would
because you
fuck up
follow
with
the
that.
rules, or like
You
you're
follow
afraid
Oh, a
of
the
going to
stupid
hell
moron
person.
guy?
Like you're only follow the rules because
Hey, I
you're
accept
afraid of
all
the
those
consequences instead of just following the rules and be a good person.
True. I think most people are just afraid of like what the religion tells them is going to happen, or they just grew up that way, so they have that like ingrained in their head.
Have you not noticed that people
Seen that a lot
aren't
with
good
the
though, and
there's
most people
religion.
aren't good people, and it doesn't matter if they have religion or not. Most people just are
This
bad
girl I
people.
dated for like 4 years or
Mhm.
whatever, her
It depends where you're
sister
at.
was like super Catholic. The family was Catholic, but I was like, you don't care that I'm not religious, right? And she's like, she didn't really care, but her parents really cared. They wouldn't like sanctify the marriage unless I was to get like converted or something. No.
I think it's how most religions
Yeah,
are.
that's way too traditional, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
That's how
Yeah.
most
Can't get
churches
married
are.
in religion without doing some stupid crazy thing, and then she literally get given like a higher
Like,
version.
Would
of
have
the
gotten
priesthood
married
to
back
get
then, but
married.
I probably just like it's me would have settled for like. You know what
I
I
feel like
mean?
most modern day Christianity is pretty fucking weak nowadays, so I mean,
Well, nowadays,
they
especially in
accept gay
Canada,
people and stuff, they don't even practice what they preach, so.
True. Most of the really religious people I've met throughout my life are like the least actual religious.
Yeah, it's generally how it is.
But I don't know. At the end of the day,
If
whatever
you're not
floats your
meeting like
boat.
a for real pastor at like a small church or something, and you're meeting like some people at this mega church and or something that's like pushing religion on you, like they're definitely not real.
Who's the dude that has the mega church that wouldn't let the people come in during the hurricane?
oh, yeah, he's like,
Joel Osteen.
hey, yeah, and he was like, well, I just got the carpets like cleaned or something.
Yeah, those people are
that guy's a
religious
criminal.
for pay. Yeah, that's why they're driving the Rolls Royce and wearing the nice suit,
Like, oh,
Rolex.
if I let people in, I gotta do the carpets again.
The other guy that turns into a demon when people ask him about his private jet. I can't remember what his name is either, but that guy is equally hilarious.
Oh, there's like Alex Jones did that to a bunch of people. When he showed up and he starts mentioning shit, and they get so fucking furious. Like, oh, he was making fun of the owl. Owl
Billy
worshippers.
Graham's.
Moloch.
Ooh, the old owl god.
Moloch, fuck Moloch. It is the summer, right? Moloch's coming out, right? Union Grove or whatever.
I have no idea. I just know that it's the weird owl god all those rich people worship.
I think
Yeah.
from like 420 to like sometime like next month is like the fucking Moloch shit.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, he was making
What if
fun
Moloch's
of,
actually
like,
the real god? Because the rich people obviously know the most, because they have the most money.
I wanted a pet owl. I said it this morning.
Yeah, I used to have an owl that landed on my back porch.
owls are weird. They can turn their head all the way around.
Oh yeah, that's fucking creepy,
Cruise
buddy.
religion's the right one then.
What religion?
Oh
Tom
shit.
Cruise religion, whatever they are.
Oh,
Scientology?
Yeah, Scientology.
Scientology, yeah.
Probably not a good thing, but like, makes me wonder if religion is a good thing because stupid people like need something to believe in. Because but I was thinking about like the more woke we get and the more people aren't religious anymore, like the more crazy people are getting and like psychotic, having like more school shootings. If people were more religious, maybe it would keep them from doing stupid shit because they're too stupid to have like a conscience.
Probably.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, pretty rough, but yeah, I think you're probably.
Yeah, it is a great control mechanism for like the masses.
Yeah. So, like, the less religious we are, the more likely we are to kind of implode as a society.
I just
Yeah,
think
that's what
it's
they
more,
always
like,
say.
spiritual, just like pray for your ancestors and the people that are alive still, and just like pour one out for the dead homies. And
Ooh,
pray
for
for
the
everybody
dead
to be
homies.
good. Yeah, pray for everything to be good and great, and then just hope everything's good. Just be like a, what's it called, like a bloomer pilled, whatever, the doomer versus the bloomer.
I don't
Be
know.
happy or
I
positive
think
about
I
everything.
try not to be a doomer,
not
but
so
the
negative.
more I see of, like, Canada, maybe your country will still have, like, its...
Yeah, it's hard to be happy in Canada when you're like Justin Trudeau's and the New World Order's foot.
Cross the border illegally, Austin. You got this.
Yeah, come on over to Kentucky, brother. We'll get you a hamburger. You'll be an honorary American.
How long does this respawn? Jeez.
the
We'll
only
get you
thing
an
that's good
SKS
here
and
is
a
the
handgun and a hamburger.
free healthcare kind of shit, but
Yeah,
not
I
really.
get
Hey,
free
dude, you
healthcare
get
if
free
you got
healthcare over here, bro.
I hate free healthcare. It fucking sucks. 'Cause I need to pay for all my healthcare anyway.
That is kind
People are capped when they say America does not have fucking free healthcare.
I'm out. Fuck this goddamn quest. I'm not doing it. I'm out.
I don't. Are you doing the stupid escort one?
It's that one guy that spawns, and there's always somebody waiting on him, and just like you gotta compete against them. And it's just like
I'm gonna run into a lot of quests like that.
Just invite everyone that you can into your
Invite
group,
everybody
so that
so you
way,
get credit.
so that you tag them, you get it too.
they're not hardcore though, so I can't.
So it just
That's why I'm thinking maybe we should just hardcore could only be on one server together. I don't know if the population would be too small, but
Yeah, that actually would be cool. All hardcore people all on one server.
well, the one thing about ArcheAge that was cool, it wasn't hardcore, but that was like there was a big penalty for dying. So if you were in some of the locations, if you had PvP'd somebody and you die on the mainland, you would go to jail. So there would end up being like these essentially like hardcore fugitives. It would be like staying alive, because if you go to the ocean, you die in the ocean, you don't go to jail.
Nobody owns the water. That's God's water.
Oh, I didn't know this quest had 3 bosses you had to kill. Why would you do this to me? I'm T2.
So I end up got these situations. Sometimes you run into pirates on the ocean. You could check what their bounty was, and you'd be like, "Oh my God, this guy's like
Bringing them in.
like a sea demon." Yeah, basically.
That's badass.
Right. Take the pill off aggressive.
There was world boss sea monsters that go around.
Good call.
And the way the economy in that game worked is there were some vendors, like you could turn packages in, you had to make these like orders. But those, when you create those packages, they become like the physical packages in the world, and they make you walk slow, so you had to load them into ships, sail them across the ocean. The ocean is like a full PvP area. Sea monsters and pirates, like, that are real people.
What did I eat today? Woke up at 9, started drinking, started playing about 9:30, 10, and then about 3 in the morning maybe I had some like pickled bologna and crackers, and then 7 or 8 o'clock I made some eggs and biscuit and a couple pieces of pork shoulder.
Like New World and some of these other MMOs would be, I think, right? But everything that's been coming out has just been kind of lame and a letdown, and not really living up to like T2's.
Yep. There hasn't been a good new game in a while. I thought Elden Ring was probably one of the best newer games.
I wish we could play a single player game, man, online.
Elden Ring was good. Yeah.
They just fucked up the PvP innovation so much in Elden Ring. It's such a step back from the other games.
That looks fun, the PvP in those games.
Yeah.
Elden Ring and what's the other one? That was like 2 of them.
Dark Souls 3 has the best
Yeah, Dark
invasions in
Souls.
PvP.
Yeah, that stuff was cool.
One thing T2 missed out on because he played like the pirated version. He never engaged in any PvPs.
Seamless
one that
co-op
died.
mod for Elden Ring would be sick. I think you can get like 6 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really should try that.
I mean, T2's already beaten the game and done everything or whatever, but me and
I was
Showstopper
gonna
Yeah.
kill
played
Malaya.
together with it.
It's more about like making like a weird build.
Oh yeah, I did a
Right.
pizza cutter only run. I made it like halfway through the game. That shit sucked.
It depends. Like, I've seen some. It's pretty decent though for that PvP because it's a great hammer technically too. So you can bonk people with it, and it drains your stamina to make it turn. So if you drink the potion, that gives you unlimited stamina, for like 30 seconds or something.
I think I still have some PvP videos.
I got some stuff too. I really like
New
playing
World PvP
Pyromancer.
was good. Did you guys like New World PvP?
I never played New World.
Really fun.
I really like all the mountains right here.
It was like
the other-
skill shot
my other-
based.
Go to
Yeah.
different wolves and we
Everyone ended up just kind of like. I remember my friends would play with like hatchets, like because it was fast, aesthetic, crit, everything.
Yeah, you
Everything
like
turned
run up,
to meta.
hatch it, and then spam into like
And then they run into
Mhm.
issues with. There was a lot of issues with like gold duping and like guilds
Yeah, I mean,
lagging
that
other
game was a
guilds
joke.
out. Yeah. It was like a good concept, right? It was the early game we were saying that where if you die, you drop all your loot. And then now look at like Darker and Darker. That's a game that maybe T2 should play with some of his fans. You have to go download it like separately because it's been pulled from Steam, I think, because of copyright infringement or something. But that's a game where you go into this like roguelike with other people, and if you die, oh, no, I already beat Sons of the Forest. Like it was really fucking easy, and like I played it with Showstopper.
Yeah, I feel like all those games were pretty easy. What's the other one that was like a little bit nerfed down? It was like Valhalla or something.
Valheim.
Yeah.
If they figure out a way to make those wheel
That's
racks
like
break
that,
books
right?
into the game.
It's like a story mode. You defeat some bosses and it's over. It's like Terraria or whatever, but like a 3D world.
Oh, T2 liked playing Valheim. He played it with us, right? I mean,
Yeah, I never
Yeah.
touched it, but
Yeah,
I seen
I
it
liked
before.
Valheim.
I seen it when I was like the third of the month.
he liked the building. He built. You guys watched the videos that T2 made of me and him building that big bridge.
It looked like it was like Conan Exiles building. Like Conan Exiles is really fun, like building stuff.
No, the building wasn't like Conan. It was like more.
Well, it had like
defined
the same like,
first.
little wooden thing, right? The little
There's a
wooden
game
blocks
where
that
you just
can
build
on.
bridges. They should have made it like more that. The physics are based on how structurally sound it is, not how many pieces from the ground
There's
it is.
like Lincoln logs and stuff. It's funny.
Yeah, Valheim had some. Like we had to do a lot of structural support.
Instead of just having like
Oh, really?
90-degree angles or 45-degree angles, they have like 23 and a
Oh, if you
half
fucked
or
up angles, it would fall down or something?
Yeah.
Wow, that's actually pretty cool.
Not the angles, just like you only get so many pieces off the ground. It has to be connected to something.
If you didn't make it like structurally sound, it would fall over or something.
Yeah. So it wasn't like Rust or one of these other ones where it's.
Yeah, you couldn't just like build like a 100-foot like bridge with no support.
Yeah. So if you go watch that video, like we had to go through a bunch of shit. Like we had to build all this wooden scaffolding.
A lot of
It's
it's
like
in the
like
water too.
car
so you
game
have to,
where
like,
it's
build
like you try to build a bridge.
supports in the
car
water.
drive a bridge.
Yeah, we built all this like we chopped down trees and placed like these big logs, then built like plank scaffolding off of that. We had to map out like where we were gonna build these. I had to go up in the mountains and like quarry stone, bring it down. We had to build it into like big.
We had to make a
columns that-
road just to get our wagon to go fast enough to get it down, get it all down.
Yeah, you could build
Efficiently.
roads and pave them so you could get your wagon full of stuff. There's like wolves up there, so every time we go in the mountains, it's like dangerous. We built like a switchback up to the top of the mountain. It was like this huge mountain. You could see it in the video. But we needed so much fucking ungodly amounts of stone to like build that fucking thing.
That's always awesome because like you're doing it like one time rate, like you're doing it for real, and it like, takes you so many days to build stuff.
It was cool because it took like weeks real time for like us to build that. And as we're building it,
what's the degrade process like on that game? Is it fast or no?
no, it doesn't really degrade other than like enemies attacking it or like.
The rain will weather it, make it look old if it's outside.
Oh yeah,
in
the
road.
stone, but
That's
the
cool.
wood does rot to like half degree, so we're having to like to run around and like repair all the wood scaffolding.
That's what I don't like about Rust, like Rust and stuff. It degrades super fast. People like shoot down your stuff.
Well, it's on purpose because they
Yeah, it's like fat space.
Oh shit, these are high level.
Most of those servers are like weekly reset and stuff.
Fuck this.
there is no decay with like Valheim. So I have screenshots on my Steam of like I built a huge like wall all around my castle and like excavated it all and built like a big ditch. Really, the only thing I have to worry about is like flying creatures. But I had to like took so many resources. Like it was. Saying
The real question is, did you guys play H1Z1 Just Survive?
We
that.
A little bit, I think, but maybe not Tim. Me and T2 mostly just played like DayZ, like the other zombie games.
Yeah, H1Z1 Just Survive is amazing. Very unfortunate that it didn't.
I watched a lot of videos of somebody playing it.
Played the
Controversial
PvP
spectator.
version.
It was so good, and the gunplay was so good.
I mean, it reminded me of that other game that we played a lot of, but we
You know
also
what
like
we
ran
should
into so
maybe
many
check
hackers.
out is that Fortnite with the actual single player, whatever, not the PvP one. What's it called?
I don't know.
I know there's so many
Save
like
the
I know
world,
they took the
Fortnite Save the
building out
World.
of the like
Thanks,
multiplayer mode or whatever. They like took the building out or something. It's just like an FPS mode, I guess.
Oh yeah, I gotta take raptor horns. I gotta get.
I think the Sons of the Forest I found was just like once we got the shotgun, me and Showstopper just like killed everything. Then it was like, oh, we beat the game. It was like, I think we beat the game in like 17 hours of playtime. It was like, oh.
Oh wow, really? That's all you did? I mean, I guess that's typical.
I'm sure y'all did
It
everything
has-
though, because I keep seeing people come out with new videos like, oh look what we discovered.
Yeah, and other people like those streamers and stuff really.
The
Fucking
streamers
look that
take
stuff.
forever.
Yeah, they look the hell out of it.
They took forever. Like I watch some of these streamers, they're god awful at the game. They dying like left and right all the time. And I'm just like, oh Jesus. Like me and Showstopper, like we were like militaristic about it. We're not fucking around. We're not taking any risks. Like just kill this. I play a lot of melee weapon games, so like I just was able to parry their attacks and I killed them with a fire axe.
Yeah,
Still with that
it's not
3-armed,
fucking real,
3-legged girl. They just
Yeah,
have like
cool.
a model glitched out and they're like, hey, this looks kinda cool. Let's just go with it.
If you were good at melee and movement, like aiming, like New World was like the one that was like the per like skill cap was like on
Well, there's guns in the game, but before you get the guns, you just have like melee weapons. So we made spears, and then we just found the spear. You just like stab the enemy, and he gets kind of stunned for a second. So both of us were just stabbing the same enemy with spear, and it's like it killed him so fast.
Oh man, remember Dead Island the first time we played?
Oh yeah, and we were fucking around, and we didn't even
Stomp,
know.
stomp,
You guys
stomp,
ever play, like,
stomp,
Far
kick,
Cry?
kick, stomp,
Stomping on
kick.
and everything.
So much fun though. Oh man.
Did you ever play Far Cry back in the day, T2?
Yeah,
Oh,
I played
yeah.
Far Cry as well.
Yeah,
There's
I
a
think you maybe made a video.
Didn't
I
play
really
the
enjoyed-
first one, we played 2 and up.
Far Cry Primal. I think you would like play as like a caveman, and you go around
I
killing
played a
other
little bit of
cavemen.
that.
Get to tame like mountain lions and shit, bears. But the problem is like a lot of these mainstream games that are out, like Warzone or whatever the fuck, I don't find they're not fun.
Because like old Xbox original games, right, were built with passion. built for money.
Really, really enjoyed playing Rust. Like, what I liked to enjoy playing more than that was playing DayZ or not DayZ Stanley, the other one. We're playing on the Epoch servers, the Walking Dead server with T2. We go around and steal people's shit. And it was like the most fun I think I'd ever had.
The more you're able to steal, the harder it is to get it back because you're heavier. You just like have to pass out and roll around on the ground like a fat fuck.
Yeah. You would get over encumbered and
I
drain
found
your
all
stamina.
these bricks and mortar. I can make a base. I'm like, I've got to carry a whole base worth of loot now. I just keep passing out. And there's a helicopter 3 feet away, and I can't get to it. I'm just crawling.
But it was hilarious because we were playing on these servers. We never donated at all. We were like strictly like free to play. We would not donate. These people would buy these $50 like kits to build their base, and like they were so careless, or they'd like leave it in a wooden shed that's unlocked, and like they'd pick a random middle of nowhere place to build like their base. But me and T2 would just fly around a helicopter all day long and look for like I would scout. Back when I had a lot
we
of
had
free
like
time.
notes written down, like notepads that would keep track of like lock codes and locations of bases.
Oh, that was funny, like cracking people's codes. That was on
Yeah.
H1Z when that's little. That was ridiculous.
Tell us about that time you cracked that guy's door. Took you like 45 minutes or something, and
Goodbye.
Yeah, DayZ, man. I love that shit about it.
remember, okay, so when we first found his door, his house, he had a steel like concrete bunker, but the doors were wood for some reason. And that's what I would do. I would run around all over the map, like searching, and anything I came across, took a screenshot of it and like wrote down the coordinates, and come back later. So T2 was like, oh my god, there's wooden doors. Austin, where's the chainsaws? We got two. So we found some chainsaws we stole from some guy. He lived in like a red barn up near the industrial. Bring them back, cut through, and the guy has like a safe in there. I think he had the safe unlocked or something. Locked his front door, but where was it? How did it work? He got his plot pole, we managed to pull that up and replace the doors. Turned it into his base and our base now. And then he flew into his own base with like satchel charges to try to get it back from us. And
That's what I like about H1Z1 and like it had in Rust too. Like you need like a lot of explosives to break into the base.
And then the locks too, like the locks. There's videos T2 has of us like exploring places where these people would have these huge concrete bases. Then they would have like
Well, like notify the server too, though.
the
So everyone
bottom.
knows.
Well, the bottom part of their base like would be they would have a spot where they were too cheap, which I don't understand. It was like you already went to all this extent to build this huge armored base. Why skimp out on resources to build like a sandbag wall blocking like a little hole? And they're like, no one's gonna climb to that little hole. Surely not. And then me and T2 would like break into their base through these tiny little holes they'd leave. Because we would carry like entrenching tools with us and take down their walls.
Yeah, I hate that shit.
And
Come
then
on,
we
we're
Or
always
they like
trying
a
to find a flaw in your
little
design.
tiny hairline crack in the wall, and you get
Yeah.
your car next to it, and you get out of your vehicle, and you pop through the other side.
Need some like
You
architectural
can
design
still
guy
like
here to come in
just
here and take a
put
look
your
just real
mouse
quick.
to the right pixel, and you can get into your car again.
Yeah. That was like always on H1Z1 because you could like really like ladder and jump on top of stuff.
There was like this guy who just bought a box. He didn't even put it in a building yet. It was like the $50 kit. He did exactly what he just said. Popped through the wall, killed the dude, stole all his shit, locked back into the truck, and then the mod banned him or something like that.
Taskmaster Fizzle here, and a bunch of little 16 corpses. That doesn't look like a good time.
It does not look a good time. I wouldn't fuck with that. Anyway, so like, it just ended up being like this. Kind of a shit show a lot of times when we play that game because you never know what's happening. People would build bases, and like that's the other thing too that's different from Rust. Rust, it's really easy to heal yourself, and you could put like tags down to spawn it. But with DayZ, there was none of that. If you die, you go back to the code. And you would have to like
Hopefully you had a
navigate.
server you could parachute in and glide.
Oh yeah, you could glide for a while to get inland. But then there was like this, we fucked with this clan named Evil, and they had like, it's like an older folks and their kid.
Daryl was the little kid.
Daryl was a little kid, but he was really easily antagonized and like pissed off. T2 parachuted in and landed on top of his tank when he was like fucking with us. Because he could have drove back to his base, but instead we were like fucking with him. And he couldn't get us, he was like too stupid. He kept driving into like those little roads. Like, in the fields there's like rock walls. And he kept driving into them, and we were like standing behind him, and he can't hit us with like the gun turret because he's driving. He'd have to switch seats. Keep shit talking to him. And then so I think he might have killed T2, and then T2 came back. Got in the gun turret. And then eventually Daryl got out, was it? Then you took it and you drove it in and drove it straight into the ocean. Oh yeah, because it's still in the top.
Once it hits
right?
water for too long, it blows up.
Yeah.
One thing cool about H1Z1 was like you could like pay like $5, or you could like vote every day, get like an airdrop. You could call in like an airdrop, and it would drop like military equipment. You could like go there, fight people.
But the old man of the group, he spent money on like a key for his little APC. He can like drive on water. And they shot the wheels out of it, and I like jumped in there and crawled to it.
Yeah, like one time we like stole
his
every
key out.
car on the server. Like there was only like allowed to be like 20 cars, and we had like 18 cars. And people were like suicide bombing our shit, trying to take our ATVs.
Yeah, it happened to
and
T2
cars.
too. We got a video on that.
Yeah,
We
that
ran
shit
a
is
helicopter,
fucking amazing.
Found people's bases in the woods that consisted of just tents and cars. And like, then it was like a server where you could just get it up to the point where it can drive. It isn't like you get a toolbox and like a tire and put a little bit of gas in the tank or something. And then we did the Berezino Raceway where we all had like 8 of us doing driving, racing each other. That was pretty cool. We're doing that on the PvP server as well, so I mean.
Yeah, we'd rip around, like, just running over zombies. We'd pull up and, like, raid places and drive off in our cars. That was, like, so fun. I really wish H1Z1 just survived this season.
Well, the thing is, most people aren't willing to put up with, like, hardcore
Yeah, they don't
stuff.
like full loot PP, but we all grew up with full loot stuff. So.
But me and T2 grew up with that, like, playing that. We all had all our friends. We go to Electro or
They can't
Cherno.
handle the risk reward, especially if they suck at the game.
Yeah, that's what we would. I remember one day, T2 shot there was a guy who was like aimbotting. There was a lot of hackers that also like seemed to spawn in like an entire box full of loot. And that was when DayZ first came out. And then like I remember T2 would kill hackers that were aimbotters because they were so bad that they like wouldn't notice you there, or they wouldn't be afraid of you or something. So T2 kills this guy and we loot him, and he has like ghillie suit and like all the things on his corpse.
Yeah.
Like
I remember one time our
balls.
friend was like ESPing or something, and he was like, yeah, there's a guy up here, and he's got an AK. And we're like, what do you mean he's got an AK? We're like, busted. He like to come on denying he wasn't acting. Definitely was
Well, he's
using
stupid. He's just
ESP.
Freudian slipped or something.
Yeah, yeah. We're like, dude, we knew you were fucking hacking, bro. And like, we didn't want to get banned either, 'cause, like, we fucking play with hackers. We fucking everybody.
I'm getting fucking hungry.
Who's this guy, T2? Is he like killing your shit? That's why it's gonna be hard to be hardcore.
I mean, I killed this guy a minute ago. I didn't have the quest yet.
Oh.
Pig pretty
Watch
much
out, because
solo.
that place is pretty deadly up there. Being around, waiting for shit, you're gonna get a whole bunch of stuff going on in.
There he is. Great. I lost him. Lovely.
I'm coming to the Barrens. I dropped on my quest here, brothers. See you guys want to tell you.
You're at the actual level you're supposed to be, and this guy come in like question mark levels to me and kills it because he's fucking trying to get every quest in or something.
I mean, you didn't have to stay in your group. You could have just killed all these mobs.
Oh, I'll make you a party leader if you need to invite somebody.
Yo, I got my summoning.
Oh, yo, you got some goods for me or not?
Yeah, I just can't trade them with you.
Oh, fuck.
But I could trade them to T2. Trade them to you.
OP, alright, let's get this going. We can start a gold chain all the way up to 60. We're slowing down now. Yeah. We're gonna get the diagonal jump runs going. We're gonna start making money. That's honestly why I want to play hardcore and classic though. I'm gonna fucking sell a lot of gold.
My.
Is Austin still here?
I'm still here.
Did you ever play GDKPs on WoW? Classic.
It depends. Like, so when I would play Classic recently, though, whenever they came out with it 2 years ago or whatever, flasks were like quite expensive, like 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
Flask of wisdom or something. And because there was only 4 like Black Lotus at any given time on the map or something. And there's a lot of competition, and like everybody was playing the meta, so everyone had to have like best shit. Like, because these raids would kick you out if you weren't doing like what you're supposed to. And I usually didn't have very much gold left over. What I actually had to do is I started working. I got herbalism and went and like people would pay me to stand on like an herb deposit. Like,
Yeah, I've done that before actually.
And they're like, okay, here's your 400 gold, or here's your cut from the night. Like, cause if I managed to herb like multiple Black Lotus, they were like worth 500 gold a piece. Then they like everyone
the
took
Lotus Mafia, my friend.
The Lotus Mafia, yeah. I made good money off that, but pretty much all my gold went to like buying potions and shit. But what with me is I spent all my gold on the best enchants I could get on my tier gear. So a lot of times, since I was like healer of the guild, I hated healing, but I thought of like, you always need a healer, so I'd always be valuable. You can't miss a heal, like you can miss damage or do.
It sounds like you play with a lot of toxic people and you just keep putting up with it.
Yeah, well,
hey man, I think I was a toxic person, but hey, we had these guys bad. Like, we were selling them the gold, they were raiding with us, they were giving us stuff, and then they were buying the gold.
Well, I was in a guild, still in that same guild, where we would. The reason why it is like I wasn't very good at healing, but if I had good gear, it kind of compensated for it. You know, and like you just had heal bot or whatever the fuck else. I ran around. I played with a lot of people who were like assholes because it was like problem with the Classic when it came out because the streamers were playing it. I think too. It got very toxic like very quickly because you had all these people that are trying to like. They're doing that Warcraft logs thing where they're constantly trying to like out.
We started a ruckus.
DPS
You
each
can
other.
look on Reddit. People talk shit about us. The lost chapter of Harad.
Yeah, eventually.
T2 was in my guild. Like we were like literally blacklisted on that server because we were like colluding with like the Horde and doing all the little boss stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of that. I remember I didn't heal some dude in like a PvP scenario one time. I was in Elwood. And he's like. Died to the Horde and he was like, I'm blacklisting you, I'm gonna make sure you never get to raid on this server. And I'm
Bro,
like,
one time that guy like fucking griefed Kazakhs. Like one morning we got fucking blacklisted on the server again. We're double blacklisted.
And I wasn't even on
He didn't even know what he was
server
doing
or
though.
anything.
Yeah, it was by accident, right?
Yeah, I was just out there herbing.
Yeah, you didn't know, and then like a world boss happens. Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not gonna get involved in that bullshit. Like, I didn't want to get ganked. I just wanted to leave the Horde alone. Or actually, I was a Forsaken, so I want to leave the Alliance alone. I don't want to get like one shot by Hammer of Judgment or something. And the guy whispers me they got killed, and he's like, it was a part of this guild that I didn't know who the fuck they were, so I didn't think much of it. It wasn't until down the road later people were like, oh, we can't invite you to the raid because you're black. Oh, because it kind of caught up to me now.
Yeah, so we had to leave the server. We had to go to white man. It's like literally like normies were like hating on us.
Yeah. Toxic Guild on our server was called Black Label Assassins.
You were in the Toxic Guild, T2. You just didn't play like a lot, I guess. You're part of the lost chapter. You're either with us or against.
The problem is some of the guilds I was in were like, they were required like a guild tax to stay in the guild. You want to be able to raid.
Do that. That's just communism.
There was a bunch of that shit where it was like, fuck, just let me find a guild that like. The problem is that those guilds.
Yeah, we were semi-hardcore, but we still got like server like 7th Ragnarok or something.
I complain, but the guilds that I was in, gave me like all the best in slot loot. Like we did like Blackwing Lair day 1, ended up getting like some tier gear. And that was like the most guild healer on my server.
I was the Blue Council, the coaching GM, so.
The Deserters Guild was cool because we left a guild that was toxic and we just deserted. Like, who's gonna be in charge of the new guild? You guys? Okay. Whoever's trying to like get as many people to follow us as we could. Like, you want to leave with us? We're getting out of here.
Yeah, the Blue Council, like what we ran was pretty communistic, but we were very transparent about it stuff.
Well, people thought I was kind of like, so I was in this toxic guild, right? And then I left because I was pissed. I went to another guild who was trying to poach me, but when they gave me gear, they also gave me some like stipulations and rules where it was like, okay, you're gonna have this gear, but you're not gonna be allowed to roll on this and that. They gave me all these loot rules, and then I just like, well, fuck you guys then, and I left and I went back to the original guild. I was like, because it was like the grass is greener kind of scenario where it was like, wow, this guild sucks. And then I went go to another guild and they suck too, and I was like, fuck.
Ooh, now you played yourself.
We were making YouTube videos about our enemies and stuff, and we were posting it on like the Discord and stuff. And I would always get like administrator of World Chat and like ban everybody from that guild. Oh my god, we were really fucking trolling hard.
Well, I remember people like would get really mad. There was you know those gauntlets that are for warriors that give you like +2 or +1 to a bunch of different stats.
Yeah.
Well, those dropped in like Maradon.
It's private server. They had a special rule for Undead Hunter, I guess. I don't know. They also got goblins and they got something else.
Yeah, so these things dropped. I don't know. I can't remember if it was a blacksmithing recipe or if it was like something else. It was like these rare buoys or rare epics that drop, like Crow Blades.
Yeah, it gives plus weapon skill, which is really good in classic.
Yeah, I have an arms warrior, something that was really good for it. It dropped.
Yeah, arms warrior.
And I remember I wasn't even in the group, and the drama like affected me because what had happened is it dropped. Some guy that was in the group needed on them and immediately sold them on like the auction house. Where it was like the tank who was in the group was like, he's like, I need that. Those are my bis. They were all in the same.
Yeah, buddy, they're
guild.
my bis too. My auction house bis.
Yeah, my auction house bis. And so like the dude was already like a pretty good geared like warlock or something in the guild. And so he still ended up getting kicked out of the guild. And then there was another scenario when I was playing with guys that it was like the mage blade dropped off Magmar or Golemag or something.
We always had those guys back. Somebody mentioned, like, all right, give us a cut.
Yeah,
you're good. We got your back.
It's like this dude came in, and then we were just about to give him like a mage blade, and then someone inspects him and they're like, "Whoa, he already has a mage blade." And his reasoning for needing on it was like, "Oh, I'm going to enchant that mage blade with a different enchant." So you just have 2, but you can't dual wield them because they're unique. And it was like, no, this, and then, so we gave it to the other person who didn't have the mage blade. And the other guy had a mental breakdown in Discord and was like screaming and yelling at us. I was like, I want the roll! It's like, but you already have it, dude. Like, we ran into a lot of like, really toxic nutcases.
Is that a
WoW.
BOE mage blade?
No, it's a UP. And it's a unique, so there's like no reason for him to have like Well, it's for my off spec. Like, and it still, I guess, was BIS for his off spec, but like, this will go. This is gonna go to someone else who needs it, not like you to get. We don't want loot whores.
That's the way it always goes, though.
Well, our guild needed to like progress. We ended up giving a guy like Thunder Fury. We all worked towards him, and then he ended up like leaving the guild afterwards. And like, oh, thanks, and like
That's the classic.
transfers servers or whatever. It's like, well, fuck.
Yeah, we avoided Thunder Fury drama by never getting enough, or never getting the half, sort of.
I mean, it depends. Like, I don't know if it was just sheer luck. Like, we made like 3 Thunder Furies, and then like 2 of those MTS staffs.
The real game isn't about finding the things, it's about avoiding the dramas and social dynamics and learning how
It's
to
about
business.
starting the drama and becoming famous.
That's a problem with some of these guilds because they all like, there's so many people. Like one of the guilds I was in was like 300 something people, and I don't know if you could have that many
Isn't the
people in a
Barons?
guild.
Yes, sir.
I
Then you had these.
got this wand for you, man. 17 DPS.
Be careful up here.
And
These
ratchet.
things are nasty.
Ratchet.
With the ratchet.
Is TT over there? Because I gotta transfer.
I'm up here at the Harpies.
It's a harpy nest.
Herpy nest. Oh no.
Just invite me.
This sounds bad.
That's my invite.
But yeah, you're right. It always seems to happen. There's
What was
always
your name again?
drama in these games.
Heavy lifter. Oh, you're up there? Okay. I can go up there anyways, too.
I think we're still in the same Path of Exile guild, Austin.
Probably. I don't know. I might have gone back to the other guys.
I haven't played with those guys in like 2 years.
Well, the problem too was those guys were like really liberal, and
Yeah, they didn't like me at all.
yeah,
What was your name on there?
That one dude always started problems with everybody. I can't remember what his name was.
mustache.
Yeah, mustache. That's what it is. Yeah, dude. Yeah, they didn't like me at all. I'm still part of their guild though.
They won't let me talk about dicks.
Yeah, there's like guys on our server that were like running the Reddit, and they ran like the Discord, and they were like
Really
super
woke.
Nazis. So we were just like, fuck them so bad.
I mean, you could go back to their Discord, but they just generally think you're.
I didn't give a fuck about their stupid Discord. I would go in there and shit talk them, or some like fucking crappy artists and everything. Try to kill me, I just flame them.
Well, I mean, with T2, like he had an argument with them about something, and
I saw a really interesting porn video. I wanted to talk about it, and they're like, "No, don't even talk about it. I want to hear it."
The guild was cool
And I'm like,
until
"Look,
that
I
one
just
chick
discovered
showed up.
something new. Maybe you can use in your own life."
Dude, my guild would accept that.
But they're really PG. They have like young kids around, and the woman. But the problem with like Grim Thistle Girl, she's like,
She's the worst.
she sounds like she's like a Karen sometimes, and she got her kid like playing video games with her. She's like, but her husband doesn't play any video games. He's playing video games, but he's like on a different monitor across the room. Then she all day long is in a Discord full of dudes, talking to like all them.
He's that Discord princess.
Yeah. She was
Discord kittens.
She just likes the attention.
Oh,
Look
yeah.
at Discord kittens after you.
But she's always using.
We got
her
a
husband's
strict no
money.
girl, no e-girl. There's only wives only or ugly bitches.
So she would be like, "Oh, I'm
She
gonna
would
rent
count.
a server
Even
so we
ugly
can play
bitches don't let
Valheim
them
or
in.
something."
Somebody's
Right?
eventually gonna see.
Yeah.
Yeah. We would play all these games with them, and then she would always rent the server. She was always like, "Oh, I'm doing such a good thing." But then if you play on this her server, she has all these like server rules. Like I'm playing,
Yeah.
I built a
We
house
don't
right
like
next
girls.
to her house.
We invited one girl and she was instantly out. Instantly started problems.
And then she banned me from like the town because I built too close. Like I chopped some trees down. She like flipped out. I'm like, you could just replant the trees, right? Like, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. No girls allowed. Only ugly girls and wives.
So this is the thing I don't understand with the situation. So I start playing, and they take she took forever to level up and was like terrible at combat. Then like certain times would just run through the forest with no gear on, and then complain that like, "Oh, I died." I'm like, "Yeah, 'cause you're like running around in the dangerous area with like no armor on." And then I don't know. I just felt like I would want to build a base. Like let's build a build a wall. I chopped all the forest down around her house. And I built a big like wall. And she got mad at me for that because I destroyed her view.
Did
like,
you
oh, I built up.
call the HOA first? Find out if it's okay.
She's pretty fun
Yeah,
in that
so
Phasmophobia. She just sit in the truck and like watch the monitor and tell you what's going on with the ghosts.
Maybe. I didn't really have so much problems with her or anything. It's just that over it all there was just like drama. Like whenever game we would play together, we didn't play like Path of Exile, but if we played a lot of these other types of games. It was like you said. She was always like, "Oh, I'm going to host the server," and that means that she has like rules, and you have to be nice to her and like cater to her, all to her like whims. Because she would be bad at these games and expect the men to like carry her through the game. Like,
Oh, you gotta tell her you respect her too much as a woman to help her, because you know she's strong and independent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only played PoE with those guys, and I did for like a year, and then I just quit playing with them. I still just use their guild stash at the beginning of League launch, and that's about it.
That's what I do. But like the problem I had, like, so recently Mustache and like Zambaro got angry at each other because basically Mustache will shit talk how terrible the game is, like every league.
Zambaro.
But Zambaro has spent like, he told us he spent like $13,000 on cosmetics and PoE over the last like 10 years it's been around. He like buys all of the founder packs and all that shit.
That's dumb. I don't buy anything but stash tabs.
Yeah. So he has all this cosmetic crap, and he's talking about how he loves the game and he's really into it. He's like a big fanboy of it. But then whenever no one can criticize the game, and he keeps telling us how like the game isn't meant for you, and like I've told him I just don't want the game to be like changes every fucking.
Yeah, that might be why they quit inviting me. I always said that this game gets worse at the beginning of every league, consistently.
Yeah, and they're like, there's a thing too where I would play a character, T2 or I would play a character in the league, and then let's say they nerf something like halfway through the league, and now our characters are like broken. We're gonna go and delete our characters or like that, make new ones. And then they nerfed a bunch of stuff that me and T2 like doing, like doing delves.
Well, I hate about Diablo 4, they're not even gonna let you trade legendaries in D4.
D4 was trash. That game sucked. I couldn't
Yeah,
believe
I'm
I waited
not
so long
gonna play
for that.
D4. That's fucking dumb. I was so mad. They added like Diablo Immortal mobile stuff to the game. Like,
Oh, Diablo Immortal played better than that game. I played Diablo
Yeah,
Immortal
they
on
added, like, the
PC
same
and
legendary
D4.
thing.
Oh yeah, it was
I
like
did play a lot of
copy.
Diablo Immortal.
But Immortal, you had to go to the cash shop, right, and buy all the upgrades of the best.
But it was free.
If you
Free
wanted
experience.
to. I never bought anything in Immortal.
I think I put like $5 into it, but it's a waste.
I just don't want any of this pay-to-win stuff anymore because.
Yeah, that's all it is. That money, I think, was made to milk money.
But the problem is too, is I want to, if I'm playing Diablo Immortal, or not Diablo, Diablo 4, I played it recently with, like, well, I guess we all tested it. But I don't see much, they want like $100 fucking for it, basically. $60
The Super
USD here in
Deluxe
Canada.
Edition.
It's like $90 plus tax.
Yeah, and plus you get early access as well.
You see the Super Collector's Edition doesn't even come with the game, and it's like 150
Yeah,
bucks.
that's
That's
cool.
hilarious.
You didn't believe me, and then I should post
They're having another little beta trial thing.
Yeah.
Aren't they gonna add the unreleased class to that? Everybody thinks the what's it called? It's coming in.
Paladin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a joke though.
It looked like it was a Photoshop or somebody said it.
I'm
it was
probably gonna
probably
sucker into
fake,
playing
but-
it eventually.
I'm not gonna buy it. Like I might get D4 when it's like $30 in like a couple
Yeah.
years.
I don't know how.
I mean, it'll probably be half off by the end of the year, almost.
True. Doesn't it come out in June or something like that?
Yeah, that's why I was upset with D2 Remastered. I played on release and the game was fucking shit, and it re-rolled me at like 5 levels.
I don't like that they keep changing everything. They keep adding in new rune words and rebalancing classes. It's not gonna be the same game
I didn't
anymore.
really care for that. I'd just rather just replay
So you're talking about the remaster?
Fuck am I?
Yeah, D2R was just fucking shit. It fucking ran like
was the
shit.
problem.
Fucking loading screens are shit.
It's way better, like working now.
Yeah,
but
they
just
optimize.
keep
I played it
updating it.
recently.
That was
Like
kind of the problem I
on
had.
launch, it was ass.
Oh yeah, it was. I didn't even play it on launch. I didn't finish it.
Yeah, I had these people telling me, like, maybe it's rose-tinted goggles again, right? Where they're like, oh, dude, you gotta play it, it's gonna be remastered, it's gonna be amazing. And then I played it, and I was just kind of like, but yeah, I just didn't have the time to farm for some of those rune words that would
Yeah,
take
running
forever.
foul 1,000 times.
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I played D2 for 20 years straight. Like, the only ladders I missed were ones that I couldn't play, and I didn't really play any D2R after it came out. I don't know. Kind of feel like I'd done it all.
You
Yeah,
know,
well,
so many
yeah.
Ubers, so many pinball runs, so many fucking whatever.
Well, originally the servers were shit because there was like so many bots running.
Oh
Pinball.
yeah, you couldn't even like make games. It took like 20 minutes on release.
By the time the hype weared off for me or something, I was just like, I don't know. I don't want to, because I was looking at some of the new rune words, and then me and my friend, we went and ran. And I was like, we ran and never saw like any of the runes. And like, I don't have enough time off to be just running rune words all day.
Oh yeah, that was like a bunch of my friends who never played D2 before, only D3, and they were all like, how long does it take to get this stuff? I'm like, dude, it could be months before you get your stuff. Like, you're not just gonna get it.
Yeah, that's what I like though. Like, and I don't like that about D4 because it'll just like give you all these legendaries, and basically you're just trying to like transmog.
Yeah, I had full
That's the one.
legendaries by the end of the beta, and I only played like
Yeah, I didn't
probably
even
like
play.
6-7 hours.
Played like to level 8, and then I had to like leave out of town, and then I watched some people play.
I'll play hardcore.
I got to level like 18.
Yeah, I was
now
playing
have,
hardcore.
like 2.
I kind of like was like enjoying Portal Online too, in
I
a
was
way.
one-shotting everything with the wizard though. It was like very OP. It was like not very cool.
Well, it's not going to be OP like later on.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I mean that's what everybody said. Well, when you get the gear right.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. You might
Well,
get
if you're
some
playing
super
hardcore, it's gonna
legendary.
be
though.
a-
At base
hard.
level 60, you'll
Yeah.
be weak, but or whatever the level cap on that. I don't know.
With hardcore and like thinking of the way I play classic, you have to be people who are really like on point to do some of these dungeons. Like I don't even think there's going into Blackrock Depths or any of those Blackrock dungeons is a death sentence. Like stay out of there.
Yeah, I like about like D2 is like you level up like very slowly for those like last 10 levels or whatever.
Oh yeah, anything past like 92 is
Yeah,
days and
it's
days.
halfway. Like
Oh, you're
you're
talking
not
about
even halfway done until you get to like in the 80s.
Yeah, I've only had 2 legit 99s.
I don't like the Paragon and and stuff.
Nah, that stuff's dumb. And the head Diablo 4 dev said the other day he doesn't want Diablo 4 to be a game people play forever. And I don't even know what that's supposed to mean,
Well,
but that's trash.
Guess what? It's gonna be dead in 3 months, buddy. You get what you wish for.
Yeah, I was surprised how many people coped and said how good they thought D4 was.
Yeah,
I was like,
that's
what are
like-
you talking about? This feels like a mobile game or like a
Game
console
Rant was
port.
one of 'em.
Yeah, like alright, D3 came out in 2012, right? Like it's been forever.
most of the people who made the IP went to go make Path of Exile and fucked off and did something else. Made their own company,
Yeah,
right? There's
I-
nobody really
I still
original.
don't really care for POE.
Oh, that's what I
I'll
tell
make it seem
people
fun.
about Blizzard. All the good people left like 10 years ago. Nobody that made the good games still works for Blizzard.
Yeah, it
Feed
seems
your
like
dog all
the
that
gaming industry is like
animal.
transferring to like smaller indie game like developers for these big games. Like Shroud, the streamer, is gonna make games. Doctor
Yeah.
Disrespect and
Yeah. Well, I feel like games
the
used to
Moan
be
Kim guy is gonna make an MMO.
Yeah.
Those other small guys.
like games used to be made by nerds that wanted to play games that didn't exist,
Yeah,
and now
it
it's
used
like
to
a
be, like,
job
players
for
and-
fucking weirdos.
Well, a lot of these people in these new game companies are like all woke, really woke.
Oh, dude,
Yeah,
they're
they
all
got, like,
fucking weirdos.
Margaret,
And
that's,
they're
like,
They don't
trying to
even
make all
play
the games.
games.
Yeah, they don't make.
reject from what's it called? The sales.
Yeah,
It's like
well,
gaming
that-
school, whatever.
Oh,
Marketing
Full
guys.
Sail or
Yeah,
whatever.
Full Sail. Yeah, bunch of rejects from there. Go to fucking whatever California and like get some shit
Yeah.
job.
The dude that made D3, the head guy that got removed, he said like he didn't like Diablo 1 or 2. And I was like, who put you in charge of making the third one then?
Get the fuck up.
Like, dude, come on.
Full Sail's where J.D. Harmeyer from Howard Stern went.
Dude, a lot of people went. I mean, it's kind of legit, I guess, right? But like, it's the person more than college, I guess. Oh wow, there's a little 60 here with like molten core gear just fucking raking people in barons.
You know how time flies when you're playing WoW? It just goes by.
Yeah,
so
no, it's been going
I
by
played
fast.
12 hours and drank 2 beers. How does that even happen? How do
You've
you
been going
nurse 2
hard.
beers for 12 hours?
You really are going hard, honestly. I gotta give it to you. You're fucking doing better than I could.
It's been actually like 16 hours now. It's like almost 5, so I need to go to bed.
That's what I'm saying. I took a nap, and then you're still on.
So I gotta get up my normal time.
You work tonight?
No. I got a weird sleep schedule, so I gotta kind of keep it similar.
Roo. Mr. Rogers is back from a long day of derailing trains.
Oh boy.
Derail any cars today.
Must have been a light
You
day,
work at
saving it
Indiana?
up for tomorrow.
We only loaded 50.
There's a quest for all the different kinds of cats and raptors, and you get that special cat with the horn, a Kayechi, or I haven't seen those ones yet. Boom, 80 crit damage.
I gotta go get something to eat. I might go get some Chipotle. That sounds good.
What time are you getting back on T2?
I don't know. I like to sleep as long as I can, but there's so much I need to do. Wasted all this time playing WoW.
Did you say you wasted it?
Yeah, I mean, you get your work done.
Time well spent.
It's not wasting it.
You need to, like, sew up some pants I ripped a crotch out of.
Too much meat.
Yeah. Girth. It's like 2 inches, but it's the width of a soup can.
Tony, you need to check out some Warhammer 40k books whenever you're done with your list.
It'll be like 3 years.
You ever listen to Sargon of Akkad or whatever his name is? Well, they're talking about like Warhammer lore and stuff.
I watch some Australian guy and then Luton. Watch his Warhammer stuff.
Warhammer.
I've been watching this. And they're like little shorts, but the guy who's got the voice reminds me of people from like National Geographic. He's talking about Warhammer.
Yeah, I watch this guy's stuff all the time too. Yeah, he makes good stuff, and Luton, I think 09 is the other guy. He makes like excellent Warhammer content too.
I think you should make videos just reacting to watching these and then doing
There
the
you go, man.
or watching the there's this also that story of like the 2 orcs or one of the orcs that went on this huge like orc crusade across the galaxy. It was fucking crazy. I don't know, I'm not sure with the Warhammer names, but I listened to like the audiobook thing someone had
Like
on.
Gork and Mork or something like that.
Or one of the guys, yeah, that was like some sort of war boss.
Yeah, those are like the 2 like orc gods kind of thing.
What's so weird because the way the orcs work is they're mushrooms. They're like,
Yeah.
They're like a biochemical weapon that's sprayed on a planet, and then they sprout. They kill everything. They eat everything.
Whaling caverns. thought it was
I always
up
wanted to
in the
like make
northwest.
one of those models, like the Plague Marine model or something.
Yeah.
Warhammer the game actually is really cool, like the tabletop thing. They play it by me all the time.
Well, Rogers was in here a minute ago, but he left again. But the thing is, he's got all these figurines and like Showstopper has figurines.
Yeah, I've never done any tabletop stuff. I just like the books. and the lore's fucking badass. But yeah, that one I just put in Discord, this guy, he breaks down like all the Warhammer stuff, and he has like the National Geographic voice as well.
And he talks about all this, like, the Warhammer's the whole, I'd like to teach you an idea if he doesn't know. In a nutshell, somehow like time traveling Jesus comes back from like the past and becomes he was like a, when I say time traveling, he has like an eternal spirit that doesn't die, so he keeps getting reincarnated throughout the ages, and he was like all these important people. And then, but he kind of, and he regained like all the knowledge up to that point. He eventually like did all this kind of workings behind the scene to become like the god of mankind. And he comes back and like reclaims planet Earth after it's been like destroyed. He fights an army, gets like everything situated, and then he starts like seeding like new worlds with like colonies. But then the Chaos Marines, who are like, there's a dimension where the chaos physically exists and creates like gods and demons, and it's like based off your psychic energy. And eventually he'd
give that stuff to Fabiano. I can't trade with him, he's too low.
Okay.
You run into these. Take it if you want to, but the wand, he probably needs it.
And it explains a lot of the different gods, like Merkel or...
Where are you guys at? In the Barrens?
Yeah.
Crossroads.
They're based off, they're like created by chaos energy. And the chaos energy
right now, I'm right next to you.
Chaos energy is based off of like psychic energy, which is like your negative emotions, or anytime you'd like torture people, anything.
Did you see the Ogren story one too? It was like
genetically modified, aren't they? They're the worker humans. Ogrins are like, they look like ogres.
Yeah, they're just from like a different planet, and now they've been like selectively engineered and bred by the, I guess like the government to be super soldier type stuff.
You guys play any of the RTS Warhammers? Warhammer RTS?
I have not. I watched people play that one. I can't remember what it's called, the newer one.
The Dawn of War.
Probably.
Or is it the Total War one?
I'm hoping the new series that Henry Cavill's doing is
yeah. That I'm excited for a Warhammer show, especially if it's like the books or like the lore. It's super brutal. People are always, getting chopped in half and eaten and stuff. That's what I want.
Because it's like, the issue, I was watching him play Geralt, but then the people who controlled that set are like, went woke. Didn't want him doing certain things, and like...
Yeah, they actually have one of the people from Game of Thrones that was making the show that kicked him off.
Yeah. He was like the best actual like character like of Geralt. Like,
oh yeah, I didn't think anybody else would be better than him, and I don't think the new season's gonna be very good.
No.
I message your skills. You need those.
Found someone similar to him, but like he really took like his character seriously.
Yeah, dude, it was pretty good.
I'm at the Flight Master.
But you're too level.
He seems just like a nice guy in general.
I'll give it to T2 actually. Yeah, T2's next to him.
Yeah, but
who's a drug runner?
The thing is
Can you give this to him real quick? Those boots you gave me, actually.
The reason I didn't go to college is around here they're already indoctrinated with like woke shit. And I just couldn't stand to be in a classroom with some of them. I was like, okay, I gotta get out of here. Fuck it.
Can you invite him, Skittles? Or Skittles and play?
You can't invite because
where is everyone in this?
Oh yeah, we're in the wrong guy. We're at the little tent where it's popped up at...
I'm going to Ogre.
Oh, you're in there, okay.
Why is everyone standing there in that tent?
What's going on?
It gives you like rested XP.
Gives you rested XP
Oh,
really
it's gone,
fast.
yeah. Well, T2 has the boots.
Sometimes I put it over here where these guys are sitting. Sometimes I put it over there where those guys are sitting.
I guess that Quantum TV guy got arrested. That's kind of insane.
What? Oh, the black dude?
Yeah, that was... Yeah, that got like lit up online for making fun of Elden Ring. I guess he beat his wife.
Oh, shit.
What a surprise. If you watched his channel, all he did was reviews on like how to calibrate televisions. It's weird.
Yeah, apparently he doesn't actually have that license. And I didn't even know there was a license you have to like do that. And he's been like just lying to people for years.
So weird. The whole world is so complex with so many different like
Yeah,
professions, and then you know these like licenses for all this shit.
I didn't know there was a license screen calibrator, but apparently that's like a real thing.
Everything's got
What
a
kind of
like
screen?
License.
Get a
Wait,
license for that license?
It is funny to me that he actually went to prison. Where they charged.
Cool
Yeah,
British
apparently he got
experience.
arrested like the other night. There's some YouTube video about it. That's hilarious.
Time to end it all. A little bit.
Okay.
British.
Alright. What we got going on here? Lee Yasha. Any good anime? No, I haven't seen any anime in a while.
Need to watch Goblin Slayer.
I think you watched
There's one called High Card that looks pretty good.
that. Goblin Slayer was okay. I remember
I
the
saw
end of
another
it.
one that was kind of like
Well, yeah, it sets up the next season.
Mangakas or something.
I did like the stuff that they did though.
Dark.
The first episode, I was like,